to Mike, the third host, who's going to end the live stream or the 12-hour marathon. We are in our third. We're in the last third, which is incredible. And I couldn't have ran this event without Mike. And for some reason, I'm appearing as Mike on the live stream. But Mike has been working with me and Phil at the podcast launch agency. And we've partnered with Edit Pods, which means you get a special 10% off for life when you order editing products and services from Mike, which is incredible. But I think Phil was going to join us, so maybe he's gone to the toilet and refreshed with drinks. But I believe that we got some really exciting guests coming up. Mike, how's your day going?
It's going pretty good. Chris, what about you? I mean, you've got to be running on fumes right now. You've been going 8 hours now, so
yeah. I'm ready for my bed, so I'm definitely going to take a break in about 5 minutes time, and then I'll come back on to announce the winner of the giveaway. And Phil.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I noticed that it had my name on your thing. And it just switched, and now Phil joined, and it's got my name on his too. So a lot of Mike.
No. There's only one. There's only Phil Better here.
There you go. Fixed it.
Yes, Chris,
go
rest.
You have a little more hair than me up top. I got a little more down here though.
Yeah, you got the beard. I got the hair up top.
Chris, go
rest.
Take a nap.
Yeah,
let me interview Mike.
Yes, for everybody,
I've got plenty of water
who's in the chat right now or watching live. Just give us an update on how you're feeling and if you're ready for part 3 of the live 12-hour stream.
I can't believe you guys have been 8 hours already, man.
Whatever that was.
I've been sitting here watching too on Facebook the whole time, so I've been in it with you. You guys are rocking. So Chris and Phil, I don't know how I'm supposed to follow up on you guys, man, but
it's very simple. I start the questions because I'm interviewing you about edit.
So you're technically still on, Phil. I mean,
yeah, I'm still on for the next 30, and then I have to come back.
Yes. Then you get a little break, and then you come back, and I'm going to interview you. It's going to be great.
Yes. All right, Mike, thank you very much for joining us for this 12-hour stream for your part where I get to interview you about Edit Pods, how you got into podcasting, what's your favorite AppSumo tool, because I know you have like 84,000 tools already. So for the people who are not aware of who you are, what you do, and that, could you please just quickly introduce yourself?
Sure. Yes. Mike Cavaggioni. I am the founder of Edit Pods. I'm also the host of the Average Joe Finances podcast. Served in the United States Navy for 20 years, retired now, which is why I got this awesome beard growing out and shaved the dome. It just kind of migrated down here, right? But yeah, so I started my podcast to kind of help other people in their journey to financial independence. It was out of I started a blog originally, right? And a buddy of mine said, "Hey, I know you like to talk. You should totally start a podcast. You love to talk to people, and it would be a great thing for you to do." And I was like, "Yeah, I'm from New York. I don't know how to shut up sometimes. So maybe it would be a good idea to do a podcast too, in conjunction with this blog." So I started the podcast, and it was great, right? I was able to share my own journey, what I did to pay off all of my debt and move out to Hawaii, buy my home out here. And then I got into real estate investing, and I started talking about that. And I brought a bunch of folks that were, like amazing guests on the show, experts in their field. And I got to learn from them, which was fantastic. Learn different strategies, different investment strategies, all from having a podcast and bringing these people on. And then I figured out the whole thing. Chris was talking about it earlier with some of the guests. I believe he was talking to Melinda about this on the who, not how. No, he was talking to Osman about this, the who, not how portion of being able to outsource certain things. And for me, I feel like once I learned how to properly outsource certain tasks, mostly podcast editing, is when I started to realize, okay, I can actually get this thing going and maybe get some traction here, right? If I'm not spending so much time on the back end instead of more focused on the front end of actually producing the show itself. So that's kind of how that happened, and that's kind of my background on how I got into podcasting and started Edit Pods.
So you started Edit Pods pretty much just so that you didn't have to edit your podcast?
Yes, it was a need that I had for myself.
Just like our Blaine with doing the post-production or the content portion of his, and the other, and of course Noah with the AppSumo originals talked with by Dave. Finding a need is generally, scratching your own itch is pretty much what the best way to find a business, but also a podcast as well. Because you didn't have a podcast you didn't have a podcast that talked about average Joe's taking care of their finances, correct?
Right. I mean, there's plenty of personal finance podcasts out there. There's plenty of real estate podcasts out there, but I wanted to get specific down to, your everyday blue collar worker that is trying to escape the rat race. They don't necessarily want to follow all of Dave Ramsey's methods, which that's where I started, right? But there's so many ways to utilize, your money, your debt, how to leverage it. So, the way I looked at it was I wanted to give this different perspective, and show it from the point of view from somebody that has an everyday job. Now, excuse me, I might not have had an everyday job being in the Navy, but when you look at, how much we made, pay wise and everything, it was the same type of deal. Yeah, just kind of added in some deployments and time away and all that good stuff. But yeah, that was the focus when I started the podcast, is to show that, hey, if I can do it, you can do it too, and let me and the guests that I have on the show show you how.
I love that. And again, you're scratching your own niche, your own nose, or your own itch. Sorry. It's a long day. Yeah, there's a lot of itching when you have psoriasis. But anyways, moving forward, you scratch your own itch because you wanted a podcast from an everyday, because you were an everyday. Yes, you were military, but a lot of people in the military on top of it are everyday people. Right. How did you go, like, when you started doing the podcast, when did you decide to start Edit Pods? Because you're in the competition to give lifetime discount, which is insane. Because your services are already relatively very affordable. They're very affordable for everyday podcasters or business podcasters to use. How did you, like, when did you, I don't even have questions anymore. I'm all out of questions. Edit Pods, tell me more about it.
Sure. When did it? I think where you were going with that, Phil, is when did I decide it was time to start outsourcing and my editing and all of that? And that's a great question, Phil. I'm glad you asked.
Thank you. Thanks, Mike.
Hey, I mean, I guess technically I am the host right now too, right?
So kind of, yeah.
You stayed on so you can interview me, because it would be weird if I interviewed myself. But I think it just happened. But that's okay. But no, anyway, so I was probably about 6 months into it, Phil, and I was really starting to feel burned out, and you hear about this a lot with podcasters. Most podcasters, if you make it past episode 7, you're doing 90% better than a lot of podcasters out there, because a lot of people quit by episode 7. The next time people quit is somewhere in the 20s, right? You get to 20 episodes in, you've been doing it. Like if you're doing one a week, you've been doing this for a couple months now. You're feeling pretty good. Maybe 6 months in, 20, 26, 27 episodes. But you're really feeling the burn, right? And that's kind of where I got. I was about 6 months into it. I think about 28 episodes in, and I was like, man, I am like so burnt out. So I was scouring. I was like, I need help. I need to find some people to help me with my podcast. And I did. I found some people. We got a team together. They started putting my podcast together for me. And, we had to work through some kinks and stuff and figure out the best method to make it work. And once we found that path, I said, okay, this is great. I want to offer this to other people as well. So we actually recently shifted. I have a whole new team now taking care of Edit Pods. And it was my personal VA, because I really love her style and the way she does things, trained up the rest of the editors, right? And they have been phenomenal so far since we made the switch. And I'm super happy about that. We actually have some more services that are coming online here very soon to include some social media management tools as well. Really excited about that. And we're using a bunch of AppSumo tools to help us with that, which is fantastic. And I got to say that I'm very thankful to AppSumo for helping us put this on today, right? And Chris, man, he was the brains behind the whole operation. So I got to give him a shout out too,
He is
because this has been absolutely phenomenal. He should be sleeping right now. I hope he's sleeping and not watching.
Oh,
this.
you know he's in the chat.
Yeah,
he's making
Chris,
sure
go to sleep. Go to sleep.
Oh my God,
Take a nap, man. But yeah, man. So that's what it was. There was a need, and we put the team together, and we figured out, this is the best way for us to move forward. And the way we like to do things, we like to have our editors only work on 3 to 5 podcasts total, right? And we want them to build a relationship with that podcast host, so you understand their style, what they like. And it just becomes a very good, like, symbiotic relationship between podcast host and editor. And that way, those kinks that you got to work out, you knock it all out in the beginning. And then eventually it's just, hey, all I got to do is record my content, upload it, and I'm done at that point. And that's where I wanted to get to. And I got there after we worked things out. And I said, this is great. This is perfect. Now I record content, I upload it, and I walk away. And the team posts it to my social media and everything for me. And that's when I actually decided to switch over. And I said, hey, cause I had another client ask me, like, hey, can you guys post our audiograms and caption videos and all this stuff to our social media for us? I said, well, we're not doing that right now. But I talked with the team and said, hey, I know, like, my VA does this for me. Can we train other people and offer this to our podcast hosts and to our clients? And they were like, yeah, let's train people up and see how this works. So we did that, and we're actually going to start offering that as a service, hopefully in June. By the end of this month, we should be done integrating everything. We're building out what it's going to look like. But yeah, we kind of have that model already put together, thanks to experimenting on myself. So I'm really excited to be offering that here in the future.
Well, it just goes to the show. You are, again, scratching your own itch. You didn't want to do your podcast editing. You found someone to do your podcast editing. You wanted to take care of the uploading so that you could focus on more bigger picture items, right, instead of being down in the minutia of the podcasting world. So you train that. And again, more people are asking, because if someone is doing it, why can't we have it? And there's always a marketplace. If you solve a problem for yourself, someone else has that same problem and is looking for help. So that's great. Why did you go with Edit Pods? Why that name?
So when I was trying to figure out what we should call it, when I first actually put this whole thing together, it was part of Average Joe Finances, right? And it was something that I offered from Average Joe Finances. It was Average Joe Finances podcast editing, right? That's how the whole thing started off. It was a sub website off of my main website. And then eventually I was like, you know what? I need to separate this from Average Joe Finances, because it's a totally different business. It's a totally different thing, a totally different niche, right? So I said, okay, I got to figure this out. So I was like, I got to think of a good name. All the really good names were taken, podcastediting.com and weeditpodcast.com, all that stuff's taken, right? And I was like, well, I could always do like a media website, but our focus is podcasts. So let me just kind of play around with some domain names. And I was like, well, a lot of people call podcasts, for short, they call them pods, right? So I said, let me try editpods.com. And it was available. And I said, well, I'm going to jump on this then. And I bought that domain. And that's how Edit Pods, the name, how that was born. And it's funny because I did the same thing with Average Joe Finances. When I was trying to figure out, I wanted to do this personal finance blog. And I said, well, I'm an everyday average Joe. And like, I just kind of put 2 and 2 together. I was like, my middle name's Joseph. That's my claim to the name. So let me try. And I was like, averagejoefinance.com was taken. And I said, oh, okay. I was like, well, it's more than just like we're talking finances, like different ways, different methods of doing this. Let me try averagejoefinances.com. And it was available. So I snatched it up. Right. And I feel bad because averagejoefinance.com is no longer up anymore. I may have run them out. I don't know, but the guy, I mean, he just kind of stopped blogging. Like we talked. He offered for me to buy it from him, but I decided not to. But it was, for me, it was like I looked at it like, okay, I found a great name, a great domain name, and it's not that I wanted to capitalize on it. I was like, this is going to be my way to give back to the community, right? To give back to those that have supported me in my own personal finance journey. So that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to create this educational platform and provide a lot of free tools. Now I do financial coaching as well, right? And that's a paid service, but there's so many things that are available on my website for free. Same thing with Edit Pods. We have a bunch of free resources for people to use and check out. We have a whole podcast checklist on how to launch a podcast. And the great thing is one of those resources that we use is the podcast launch agency, right? Because they're phenomenal. So glad to have partnered with them. And also, Phil, everything that you've been doing, I mean, for me, as a mentor, I guess we don't really talk about this too much, but I look to you as a mentor, honestly, like when it comes to the things that we discuss. We've hosted a mastermind together, right?
Yes.
We've done a lot of great things together, but a lot of the great things that I've done are things that you just mentioned to me casually, like, oh, hey, Mike, why don't you try blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, Phil, you're a freaking genius. Like, yes, I will try this. So
it's because I interview so many amazing entrepreneurs. It's not my idea. It's theirs. I'm just piggybacking off of it. And thank you very much for that kindness.
No, I do. I consider you a mentor and a friend, and you've been a great help to me in my success as well. So I want to thank you for that.
I feel honored that I was even a part of your top. Aren't you like a top 0.5% podcaster now?
No, not 0.5, top 1%. But
I'm sorry.
I mean, you got me connected with Chris too, and then Chris has connected me to like the world. So it's like it's amazing. Like and this is one of the things that I love to talk about too, is just the power of networking. Right. I mean,
amazing host, because I was going to segue into a question about network.
Sure.
So if you don't mind allowing me to have a few more minutes of your time to be the host and ask these questions.
You're interviewing me.
Yeah, because I can let you talk for hours. And we did talk with Brandy about how you have to take control of your interview and not let the host or the guests who are hosts run rampant. But you're testing me. Thank you. You've told me in the past, and I know you've said it on your podcast, or you've had guests tell you on your podcast, your net worth is your network. Can you go into more of that and how it's helped with the podcast?
Yeah, it's so cheesy, right? That saying, it's so cliche. And one of the things I tell people when I talk about this too, and because you hear so many people say it, oh, your network is your net worth. Oh yeah, it rah. And you look at that and you're like, okay, dude, everybody says that. Like, who cares, right? Well, listen, there's a reason why it's cheesy and cliche and so many people say it. It's because it's true. So when you hear some of these things that you're like, okay, that's kind of corny, but it's true, right? So the people that you have in your network, in your pocket, that you can reach out to can help change your life. Look, one of the things I talked about, so I was recently a speaker at a real estate conference down in Phoenix last weekend. I spoke at the Real Estate Wealth Builders Conference. And what I talked about was building your network through podcasting, right? And how you can do that and how you can be really successful with that. And, when we did that, when I had this conversation with people, one of the top things that kept coming up was, how do I do that through my podcast? And, I'll just go out and say this, that when you sit here and you have a podcast and you're interviewing people and you're having these conversations like Phil and I are having right now, you build a genuine connection, right? And one of the things that I love to do is stay in touch with the people that have come on my show, my guests and people that I'm a guest on their show. I stay in touch with them. It's not just being a podcast host, but it's also going on other podcasts. But anyway, one of the things that I talked about is how one conversation can change your life. It doesn't have to be every single person you talk to is like, oh, wow, this is going to be it. This is the big thing. No, it's just go out, have these conversations, meet people, network, but it's more than just the networking piece. Actually build a relationship. If you find somebody that is in the niche or doing something that you want to do, somewhere that you want, or there's somewhere in life that you want to be, stay in touch with them. Stay in contact, build a relationship. It's not just saying, oh, I know so-and-so. No, I've got their phone number. I can call them up. Hey, how are you doing? How are your kids? Whatever. I know Timmy had a championship soccer game. Did they win last week? I'm telling you, that carries so much more weight, right? Than just going out there and saying, I know somebody. Yeah, so one Facebook user commented here, one connection can introduce you to your next 100,000. And that is so true. And in my particular niche in real estate, one connection can be that person that helps you find your next deal. They might be your next partner on a deal, right? They might bring you a buyer for, a piece of real estate you're trying to sell, or they might bring you your next client for whatever it is that you do, if you're a coach or anything like that. So having these connections and genuine connections can just be so powerful, Phil.
No, it's true. I can't believe the type of connections I've done using my podcasts or the ones that you have gotten. Some of your episodes have been phenomenal with the guests that you have and how you got some of those guests, because they are some big names in the real estate and in the finance industry. So I'm just pulling up my questions because my phone died on me. I want to know how can a podcaster, since you're still relatively youthful in your podcast life, how can a new podcaster leverage or embrace networking with their podcast? Like what can they do?
So there's many different things. One of the things that I love to tell people as well is CRM systems, right? And CRM is great because it gives you a way to stay in touch, to keep touching base, and save relevant information about a particular connection that you have. And one of the best CRM systems that we have is right in our pocket. So this phone right here, okay, you can go and look, I even have my QR code on there too. And it says opportunities don't happen, you create them, right? And this, when I go out to networking events, I always have my phone, my QR code. I have my little dot thing that I could tap on people's phones, and we could exchange contact info. But the important thing is when I save their contact info for iPhones, I know Android probably has their own thing too, but I switched back to iPhone a couple of years ago, so I'm not entirely savvy with the Androids anymore. But I know on the iPhone, when I go in there and I save a contact, there's this nice little thing that has, their email, phone number, everything, right? Then there's a section called notes. And in that notes section, I can put particular details about that specific person that I want to remember to bring up in the future. So, and when I go do a search in my contacts list, guess what? It will pull up. It will also search that info, right? So if so think about your phone's SEO itself, right? If there's something you want to remember and come back to, put it in the notes. Right. So when you go search through your contacts, it'll pop up. So CRM systems are a great way to build a network, especially from scratch. If you're just starting out, and my recommendation too is for those green podcasters, the ones that are just getting started. When you start bringing people on your show, collect their information, collect their email, everything. Stay in touch with them. Shoot them an email every now and then and say, hey, it was great having you on my show. I would love to, have a chat again sometime. As you get bigger, that will be harder to do. Okay. I've had a couple hundred people on my show now already, and it is, it's sometimes taxing to stay in touch with everybody. Right. But it's important, right? And there's certain people that I know for a fact that I want to stay in touch with and keep constant contact with. And I do. And I'm not saying that some guests are more important than others, because every guest that I've had on is so amazing. But staying in touch with them and keeping those touch points, you never know when they're going to bring somebody to you that might be a great fit for your show, right? And that's another thing too. I follow up immediately after the podcast episode. After we're done recording, they get a follow-up email basically saying, hey, we really appreciate you coming on. What are some things that I could have done better as a host? Do you know anybody that might be a good fit for the show? It's kind of like a small little feedback form, but just to keep them involved, right? And then when their episode comes out, my team emails them and says, hey, here's what we want to do, right? we're going to release your episode. Here's a copy of all the, your audiogram, social media video, your full episode, full video. We give them everything so they can market it themselves they want. And then, hey, if you need anything, reach out to us anytime. We'd be happy to help you. And we just keep those doors open.
I love that. I just got a message.
You stop me.
I'm never going to stop you. I just got a message from Chris because he's still not asleep.
Yeah.
But we want to shout out Donna Mitchell. Donna, thank you very much for signing up for the Podcast Accelerator. We're looking forward to having you inside that accelerator to take your podcast, launch your podcast. And we look forward to teaching you all our little secrets and how we automate stuff. Mike, we're coming up to the end of my shift, and you're starting, and then I'll be back in like 30 minutes. Is there anything else you want to let the audience know before I jump off and you take the reins of the show?
Well, before I start that, I also want to say congratulations to Donna. That's amazing. Thank you so much for signing up. You're going to do some awesome things, and we're going to be happy to help you get there. So for me, I would say if anybody is interested in checking out Edit Pods and seeing what we're all about, it's editpods.com, www.editpods.com. Check us out. And if you are watching this live stream and you use the code PODLAUNCH, PODLAUNCH, you'll get a 10% lifetime discount on any of Edit Pod's services. And we are also making sure that that's available to anybody that signs up because of the podcast launch. So this has been absolutely amazing. Phil, you did a fantastic job hosting your 4.5 hours because you kind of hosted my first section here. And I genuinely appreciate everything that you did. You're a tough act to follow, and so is Chris. So I'm going to try my hardest.
You are a capable host, and I am not worried at all. I'm going to introduce the next guest so that you can take a sip of water. We have Norma Jean Bellicky coming on the podcast, who's on the live stream, who's going to be talking about some amazing stuff. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Actually, that's what I'm going to do. Have a great night, guys, and I'll see you in about like 30 minutes.
All right, Phil, we'll see you again in 30 minutes. All right, we are bringing in Norma Jean.
Hi, how's it going?
Hey, Norma, I'm great. How are you?
I'm so good. I'm really excited to be here with you today. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you just fine. Thank you
Great.
for joining me.
Yeah,
Okay.
thanks for having me. I'm so excited
Absolutely.
to talk all about hosting, podcast hosting.
Yeah, so Norma, you are joining us here from Podbean.
Yes.
And we recently partnered up with Podbean, and it's just, there's so many amazing things coming out of this, and having you here with us today is one of those. So I'm super excited about that. I know we're going to talk about podcast hosting, right? How it's important and why it's important to find the right platform, how to publish your podcast, all of that great stuff. So I'm excited to get into that with you. But before we do that, Norma, if you could, please introduce yourself. Tell us about who you are, what Podbean's all about. We'd love to know everything about you before we get started.
Yeah, absolutely. So first of all, thanks again for having me. I'm so excited to be here, and we're really excited to partner with you guys. I think also we have the code here in the chat. It's pod launch for 10% off here with Podbean. So Podbean is a podcast hosting and monetization company. So for everybody out there listening, podcast hosting is where you're going to publish your episodes. So I'm going to use some terms, but I'll break them down for you guys. And before we get started, my name is Norma Jean Bellicky. I'm the head of events here at Podbean, and I do several things. I'm just so excited to be here to chat with you today. I produce all our virtual events. I host and produce our in-house podcast, Podcasting Smarter, and I support our sales in APAC. So thank you so much for having me here today. It's really been just such a treat to come on and talk to you guys, because I love podcaster education and just making things accessible. You know, podcasting doesn't have to be intimidating. We're really about that at Podbean. We've been around since 2006. And it's really important for us to make sure that podcasters feel empowered and that you feel excited to just publish your show, you know. So we're going to break some stuff down. I'm going to first explain a little bit about what a podcast host is, and then I've got a bit of a presentation. And of course, if anybody has any questions while I'm live, while I'm in the chat at least, please feel free to pop them in the chat, and I'm happy to address them as we go. I'm also what I call a natural interrupter. So,
I love it.
Mike, if
Perfect.
you want to naturally
need that.
interrupt, yeah, just
need that.
don't even worry about it at all. I just, and it's only because I'm excited. It's not because I want to cut anybody off. So that's first and foremost. And then obviously, if anybody has any questions, and Mike as well, if you want to jump in at any point, or if you guys have anything that you want to ask me about hosting, we'll get into it. But anyway, so great. Okay, so podcast hosting, that's where you are going to publish your podcast. So when you're listening to a podcast, let's say you're listening. Podbean has a public app. You can listen on the Podbean app, Spotify, Apple Podcasts. If you're listening on an app, it's technically called a podcast directory. And a podcast directory is where you list your show. And a podcast host is where you publish your show. So they're two separate things, right? And so people think like, oh, I've if you've never published a podcast before, if you don't know about anything about podcast hosting, where you're listening to podcasts is not where they're uploaded, right? You're going to upload your podcast to a host, and then we're going to supply you with an RSS feed. And then that RSS feed, depending on the directory, at Podbean, we have a lot of single click integration. And single click integration is where we have established relationships with a lot of directories. So once you're registered with Podbean, you set up your podcast, you can immediately have that integration with that directory. So we've been around since 2006. We're one of the top podcast hosting companies, and we host over 640,000 podcasts, Mike. It's a lot of podcasts. It really is. So to start your podcast, go to Pod Launch for 10% off. And we're just so happy to work with you guys and to give you guys that discount, because we want you to just hit the ground running. So I have a bit of a presentation. Mike, did you have any questions first that you want to?
No, not right now. Let's get into it.
Okay, perfect. Have any other hosting questions come up? I haven't been able to watch the whole live stream so far. You guys are on a marathon. It's like,
yeah, no.
so on.
Thankfully, we split it up into 4-hour increments. But yeah, I've been up watching it. So we're all in different time zones, right? So
yeah,
with Chris being in the UK, Phil's on the East Coast of Canada, I'm in Hawaii.
That's
So it
right.
started at 6 a.m. my time, and so noon on the East Coast. So yeah, it's been going for a little while now, 8 hours, so 8.5 hours.
Yeah, absolutely. And I spoke to Chris last week. I do have to say, I'm in Asia. So I had a call with Chris, and I was like, oh, hi, it was my late afternoon. And he was like, oh, yeah, it's morning here. And I was like, okay, I guess like the sun does not set on this live stream. It's fabulous.
Absolutely.
It's good. So I'm going to share my screen in a second. Let me know if you can see my screen. I'm just going to, let's see if that'll. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Can you see my screen? I think you've got to just. Yep. All right.
There we go. You're up.
Yeah. So this is just a little bit of a snack on how to get your podcast up and running quickly. So I know there may be some aspects here that some other podcast experts have touched on. And if there are any questions, like I mentioned, please just pop them in the chat here. And I'm going to move this over a little bit. Actually, hold on a second. Can I move this over? Yeah. Okay, perfect. So if there are any questions in the chat, I can't see myself, but I can see the chat. Okay. So like I mentioned, Podbean has been hosting podcasts since 2006, and we have over 620,000 podcasts hosted with us, 640 now. And we offer various hosting solutions, enterprise solutions. So if you also have a day job, or you work for, we service large Fortune 100, Fortune 500 companies with internal secure podcasting. We have live streaming built in and a lot of monetization. So if you do also have any podcast monetization questions, pop them in the chat, because we have a lot of solutions at Podbean. And we have some really cool technology, I've got to say. Starting off preliminarily, if you have any questions, my email will be at the end of this presentation. But if you quickly want to jot it down, you can reach out to me at podcastingsmarter@podbean.com. That's podcastingsmarter@podbean.com, which is our podcast, our in-house podcast, where we dive into this stuff all the time. So I also just want to say our monetization options for anybody out there who has a business, who's an entrepreneur, who's running their own podcast. There are some, I'll get into it at the end. It's so exciting. Mike, I'm so excited. Okay.
All right, let's do it.
All right. So you want to start a podcast? Let's get into it. We're going to talk about, the why, the who, the where, and then we're going to talk about how to set up your podcast and the technical aspects of setting up your podcast with a host. So first and foremost, we recommend just starting your podcast. If you ask any podcaster, and we interview, we have 640,000 podcasts hosted with us, but we speak to podcasters all day, every day. And if you ask any podcaster to go back and listen to their first episode, they're going to cringe. They're going to be like, oh my gosh, don't make me do it. You can't pay me to listen to that. But it's important to start, right? It's important to just hit the ground running, and you only get better by starting. So everybody has that inner critic, that voice in their head that's running around. Just know that you're only going to get better by doing it. So start your podcast. You can do it. Really, you can really do it. And we're going to touch on some quick starts later. We have some really easy quick start software and some options here at Podbean, but it's something that I always like to start out saying, because podcasting can be really intimidating and people think, oh, it's just me and I'm new at this. And I'm here to tell you, everybody starts somewhere. So just start. It's important. Okay, so now we're going to get into the who, what, where, when, why of podcasting. So why are you going to start a podcast, right? I think a lot of people here are starting a podcast to promote their business. And it's important to identify the why. What is the value that you are giving those listeners? Why do you want to have a podcast? What do you want to say? Why do you want to get on the mic?
Can I just say that I
Yeah.
absolutely love that, because, especially in my niche as well, that is one of the things that we always talk about too. And then you also have the book up there too, which is fantastic for anybody in any type of business to check out with it,
Yeah.
start with why.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Because I got to say, 6 episodes deep, 10 episodes deep, 40 episodes deep, 200 episodes deep, that why is going to drive the bus. Like it is. That why is going to keep you going. It's going to be the engine. It's going to drive the bus of your show. Because, pod fade is real. That's a term that people use in podcasting for podcast burnout. And we want to make sure that you're excited and that you're set up to hit the ground running, and that, when maybe you reach the point where things may feel intimidating, you've already got systems in place. You're already so driven by your why. You're already on the road to building your audience. So it's really an important aspect. Absolutely. And the next is what, right? What's your podcast going to be about? And maybe you're a coach or you're an entrepreneur, but that doesn't necessarily mean it has to be a specific format. And so I want to talk a little bit about what your podcast is going to be about, because, people ask all the time about different formats of podcasting, or how long should a podcast be? How long is a piece of string, right? You can have a microcast, you can have a mini cast, you can have, an extra long podcast that goes over 90 minutes. It's really about what serves your audience and what serves your format. So when we're talking about formats, I just want to kind of go over a few of them, because there's a lot of different choices, and they're all great. So it's important to pick the choice that you're excited about, that's reasonable in terms of production, that's collaborative, and that is sustainable in terms of your show. So storytelling is a really big one. And then we've got interviews. I think for a lot of entrepreneurs out there, a lot of coaches, a lot of people who are excited to talk about their industry and their niche, interviews are fun because you get to hear from people within the industry. You get to hear from people within your niche and develop that rapport. And we've also had a lot of experts come on some of our live events here at Podbean and talk a little bit about how, the benefit of doing interviews is not just for your show, but it's about increasing your network, right? So once you start building that web, maybe you have an interview with an expert within your industry, and maybe you're excited to share their information and their story, but then they may become a client later, right? It's something where, you're going to get response from your audience, but also building that network within your interviewees is also really big. Scripted fiction is an incredibly fun medium. It's something where you're going to have voice actors, maybe you're going to have scripts, you're going to have a concept, and that can go in a variety of different ways. Usually it's going to be a serial podcast, which means every episode is connected to the past one. And we'll talk about that in a little bit. You've also got co-hosted. So maybe you're a coach, and you have another coach that you have a great rapport with. You guys both have similar businesses. You want to host the podcast together. You can also do a panel, which is really fun. Nonfiction narrative is almost documentary style. And then we've got solo. So a lot of podcasters out there choose the solo cast. And that's really where you're going to focus on, your story, but then also the content, the value you're going to provide, the subject matter of each episode. And then it's also important to think about whether you want to have episodic versus serial episodes. Episodic means that each episode can stand on its own. And this is really great for a lot of reasons. Maybe you want to have a total variety of guests, like a lucky dip. You never know who you're going to get. And any episode, people can jump in, episode 2, episode 50, and they're going to have a great experience, right? And episodic episodes really, maybe there's a specific subject, right? Like, SEO, right? So you say, okay, today we're going to talk about SEO. So when people are looking for your show, they're going to say like, oh, SEO podcast, they'll find your episode. So episodic format really allows people to find you via specific content that you're putting out for each episode. Serial is where things are in a series. So maybe you say, hey guys, it's important to go back to the first episode, or if you want to have a listen to the first few episodes, it's important. And then you'll add that in to your podcast when you're speaking. You'll say at the intro, hey, if you haven't listened to this episode before, go back to episode 1, or hey, we're doing a series on building a marketing funnel, right? Or whatever the topic is. And so you'd say you want to go back to episode 15 to make sure you hit the first episode of this series. So you can do a combination of both. You can say, hey, we're going to do a limited series within our show for the next 4 weeks. We're going to cover this topic with multiple experts, or we're going to have multiple episodes with the same guests because they're just so rich in terms of the knowledge and the information that we're sharing with you here today. So there's a lot of options in terms of your format. Just things to think about when you're starting. And if you do have an interview show, if it is episodic, like I was saying, you can do mini arcs. So don't feel like you're really boxed in, right? And if you like a guest, you can always have them on for, part 1, part 2, that kind of thing. And I'm sure for all of the podcast listeners out there, because most podcasters, we all start out as listeners, I do have to say. For most podcast listeners out there, I'm sure we've all heard those shows where it is episodic. Every episode is a unique little gem and an exciting thing to listen to, an exciting episode to listen to. And then maybe every once in a while, there will be a part 2 or a part 3 of an episode, or there will be a limited series. Hey guys, for the next month, we're going to talk about, X, Y, and Z. So it is something where you do have some flexibility as well. All right, now we're going to talk about who your audience is. This is really important, and we talk about this a lot at Podbean. It's really important to make sure that you are audience focused. Your audience is who feeds you. Everything you do needs to be for your audience, because that's who is going to listen, right? That's who's going to follow. That's who's going to recommend your show. That's who's going to buy your podcast merchandise. That's who's going to buy your courses. If you're a coach and you are promoting your products, that's who's going to buy your advertisers' products if you have a fiction podcast or you have external advertising. So being audience focused and building audience trust is so important. And when you're starting out, it's important to think about who your audience is and to come up with an avatar of who your audience is. So when you're constructing your audience avatar, you want to think about maybe fans of a specific topic and maybe a specific demographic or the interests of a desired audience or a desired ideal person, this avatar of someone in your head, right? So maybe if you're going to have a video game podcast, for example, you would think about, okay, what kind of video games is this person? Where are they? What kind of video games are they playing? Where are they shopping? Where are they spending their money? Where are they spending their time? How many friends do they have? How are they communicating? There's so many things to think about in terms of who you visualize your audience to be. So it's definitely something where when you are building your podcast, when you're in development, to remember that the audience is going to make your show. So you want to make things for them. Who are they? What are they interested in? Why should they care about your show? And remembering that will help you in terms of providing consistent value through your podcast as well. So it's a really important.
That's huge.
Yeah.
That's huge. Yeah. Knowing who your target audience is
Yeah.
can make or break your show. Right. So I
Yeah.
really appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. And, your audience needs to trust you as well. And, we've done some episodes about this on Podbean's Podcasting Smarter. And we talk about this just overall a lot. How do you get your audience to trust you? How do you be consistent, right? How do you continually provide value? And when I say value, I don't mean like stock tips, right? That's not what I mean. I mean, like, how do you provide, whether it's entertainment, whether it's insight, whether it's, whatever they're coming to you for consistently, right? And making sure that your content is geared and honed for them. And if you have a small business, if you're a coach, if you're an entrepreneur, if you have a big business, that's also important, right? And it feeds into your marketing. You can tie a lot of things together and have a real synergy there as well, right? And I don't know what percentage of our audience today is entrepreneurs, but I think that may be a large percentage today as well. So it's something where you can, when you have that trust, you can say, hey, I'm providing you this value. If you are interested, you can find all my other stuff, and here's my links, and maybe here's some exciting offers. And I just want to thank you for being part of this community. I just want to thank you for listening to the show. I think that there's a lot of value in attention, right? I think attention is one of the newer currencies that is really, one of the bigger ones of our time. So it's important to be audience focused. Absolutely. And I think we do have a comment. Your audience makes your show. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yep. And the whole thing too about that, like,
Mm.
when you have that attention, a well-timed call to action will be received so much
So much
better
better.
when you're grasping the
Yes.
attention of the audience. So that's why it's important to know who's listening to your show so you're appealing to them.
100%. 100%. And you can even ask your audience questions, hey, if you have any questions, email me. I mean, for Podcasting Smarter, for Podbean, of course, if anybody ever has a podcasting question, that's what we're here for. But if you have any questions about, hey, if you have any questions about this episode, or hey, if you have any feedback, there are podcasts out there that read reviews. Hey, if you left us a review, we're going to pick, one lucky review, and we're going to read it on the next episode. There are so many ways to engage with your audience. So it's really important to understand that it is a two-way street. They're going to communicate with you by listening. First of all, first and foremost, right? Listening, and for how long, for your entire episode, that kind of thing. They're also going to communicate with you via ratings, via reviews, via if they share the podcast. There are so many ways they're going to communicate with you, even if it's not direct. So it's important to make sure that you're audience focused. Yeah. Okay. So the when will you record and release your podcast episode? So we talk about this all the time. Consistency and scheduling is key to success, right? You want to make sure your podcast comes out same bat time, same bat channel. Sorry, that's an old reference, but same time and same day of the week is really important. So people can get excited, right? I think it's something where, like, new movies all used to come out on Friday, and everyone would, get off of school or get off of work and like go to the theater to see a new movie on Friday. And I think there is a psychological effect of knowing when your podcast is going to come out, when a new episode is going to be released, so that when you build listenership, people will make that mental space. Oh, hey, it's Tuesday. The new episode's going to drop. I'm so excited. I'm going to go for a walk, or, I'm going to make sure I do my laundry while I'm listening to this episode, or things like that, because, you're part of people's everyday lives in that way. So I think, oh, hey, I'm commuting today. This podcast is coming on. I'm so excited the new episode's dropping. So that's a really important aspect as well. And dedicating time per week to record, right? And maybe, that's one episode, maybe that's several. And making sure that when you're running your production, you're managing your podcast, that you give yourself time to produce every week, right? So that, if you schedule it, say, hey, I'm going to work on, making sure I have episodes edited and upload and scheduled. Maybe I'm going to batch them. Maybe I'm going to do them one per week. But you make sure that you schedule that time out so that you don't feel rushed and then it still feels really manageable. And additionally, with Podbean, we can tell you, we have a heat map in our analytics. It's very cool. So we can tell you the best time of day that people are going to be excited about your show because that's when they're most listening. And so once you start to have that data come in, you can change when you release your episodes. Don't be afraid to change it up. Use those analytics to determine the best time to release your episodes and publish your episodes. Use those analytics to determine, hey, okay, so I'm seeing maybe like Tuesday, 7 p.m. is like the hottest time. So then maybe also I'll build my social into, Tuesday morning, I'll release a post, and Monday, midday, I'll release a post, just getting people excited about that, that kind of thing. So you can build it in. But to have consistency is really important because it gives people the expectation of when they're going to hear from you. And also, like it all goes back to audience. It helps build that relationship, build that rapport with your audience as well. So it's a really important aspect. And then where a listener is going to be able to find you. Like I mentioned, podcast directories. That's a really big one. At Podbean, we have a podcast directory called Podbean. It's a fantastic podcast player. There's also live streaming, and I'll touch on recording as well in a little bit. But you also want to make sure, where are your podcast listeners hanging out, right? Maybe your community is on Instagram, so you don't have to worry about LinkedIn. Maybe they're on Twitter. But having, the social media presence where your audience is important. Don't feel like you have to blast everywhere. But think about where your people are, where they're engaging, and how you can engage with them there. Websites are also really important for your podcast. At Podbean, every podcast comes with a podcast website. So you can very easily customize the URL. We've got premium templates. It's really cool. They're optimized for mobile. So we really want you to succeed. It's just one of the tools we have at Podbean. As well, if you're a coach or entrepreneur, if you have a business, you can also embed your podcast episodes into your business website. At Podbean, we have an incredible embeddable player. Okay, that I didn't mean for that to rhyme, but we do. The embeddable player is really cool, and you can make playlists based on certain topics and subjects. So maybe you have a playlist on maybe you're a coach and you have a playlist on building your coaching business. So you could select certain episodes via tags and have an embeddable player with just those episodes, direct people to a specific page of your website about that topic and have curated content there. So it's really cool. You want to make sure that you give people the option of where to find you. So the directories are super important, right? That's your Spotify, that's your Apple Podcast, that's the Podbean player, social media, where your audience is hanging out, your podcast website, and then that embeddable player and embedding things on maybe your personal or your business website as well. Okay, so now we're going to talk about podcast organization. Do you have a script? Yes or no? Maybe you have a script just for the intro, right? Maybe your entire podcast is scripted. Maybe you just have your interview questions written out. Maybe you want to, go with the flow and just have some bullet points and follow the conversation and maybe edit some things on the back end. It's really up to you about what you want to do. So it's important to have a roadmap of your show. And that's for several reasons. Number one, it's going to keep you on track. And number two, if you ever get to the point where you want to have somebody help you out, maybe they're an editor, maybe they're writing show notes, anything like that, you're going to be able to just give them the roadmap and then they'll know how your show's put together. So that's really important. Oh, great. Okay. I think we see a fun comment there. Anyways, so an example roadmap is, you're going to have an introduction, welcome your listeners, tell everybody what your episode's about, tell them where it can be found. And then you're going to have the main topic of your episode. That's the meat and potatoes. If it's an interview, that's going to be, the main interview of your show. You can also have segments where you do Q&A, where you read listener reviews, anything like that. And you have an outro. You thank your listeners, you tell them where you can be found. Some other considerations are intro, outro, transition music, and ad insertion. So at Podbean, we've got a lot of really great ad solutions as well, which I'll touch on. Recording, if you want to get your podcast up and running, just super quick start. on the Podbean app, you can record your podcast from the Podbean app. It is so cool. Like, it's amazing. You can literally record, edit, publish directly from the Podbean app. It's an incredible tool. So check that out if you just want to hit the ground running and quick start. It's really incredible. You can mix your voice with various sound effects. You can upload music. You can edit. You can merge files. You can even export them. We have a whole library of music there for you. It's just really incredible, and there's free storage. So it's really built in for you to succeed if you want to hit the ground running. Additionally, things to think about: basic recording gear. So, in terms of having a microphone, which microphone, how do you want to speak into it? What's the the actual literal physical angle? Making sure you have headphones, the interface you're going to use. And that can be everything from the software you're gonna record to if you have any technical equipment, anything like that as well. So recording tips also, we have a couple of recording tips. Just make sure that you're familiar with your gear. Make sure that you position yourself, whether you're close or you're far away from the mic. The angle of the mic, making sure everything's plugged in. You play around with it, that kind of stuff as well. As well as, making sure you hydrate, warm up, use notes. You don't need a soundproof room. You can also prop with pillows. There are a lot of really great ways to experiment. We do have some links on the blog at Podbean talking about mic recommends and gear. So that's important. In terms of getting creative, you want to make sure your podcast cover is going to catch people's eyes. Here's some technical specs. You want to make sure that it's at least 1400 by 1400 pixels and at most 3000 by 3000 pixels. Please make sure. It's a common thing. It's a common mistake, to maybe upload the wrong size file, and then your podcast won't have an image with it. That image is going to be the first thing people see before they listen. They're going to see the image of your show. So you want to make sure that it shows what your podcast is about. It gets people into it, and it's easily understood. Those are some really important things in terms of your graphic. You also want to make sure that it's scalable. If it is too complicated, if they're going to see it in the size of a postage note, it might not have the same effect. So you just want to make sure that you're setting yourself up on the front end for that kind of success as well. It also has to be less than 1 megabyte. It's a very small size file. So anyways, that's your podcast cover. Whoop. And then if you're interested in music, obviously we have music built into the Podbean app, like I mentioned. You can also look at some programs like GarageBand and LMMS, Ableton Live, and just make sure that you have the rights to use any music for your podcast. So that's something that you just want to make sure you're above board, you're on the up and up about that. And if there is some music you like, you can always reach out to the person who made it, or there's a lot of free music online as well. So then you can use music for your intros, outros, transitions when you're going from your intro to your main body of your podcast, and a lot more. So now we're going to talk about podcast hosting. What is podcast hosting, which we kind of touched on. So your podcast host is going to publish your episode. So you're going to literally upload the audio file, put in your podcast title, your show notes, your graphic, anything like that. And you're going to be able to distribute your podcast to anywhere you want people to listen, right? Apple, Spotify, Amazon Music, Podbean, wherever you want that episode to be distributed, wherever you want your podcast to be distributed. Oh, hey, Deidre. So anyways, yeah, so that's what your podcast host does. And we at Podbean, we have a lot of single click integrations. Anywhere you've heard a podcast, we can put your podcast there. Additionally, your podcast host is going to give you analytics and metrics. So we're going to tell you when people are listening, where people are listening from, what device they're listening from, what app or directory they're listening from. There's a lot of really cool stuff we can tell you on the analytics side. And that's, like I mentioned before, in terms of the when of your podcast and when you release it, that's really going to help you in terms of knowing maybe when you want to release episodes, or maybe you've got a lot of people in a specific country or a specific state that are super excited about your show. So maybe to put an offer out, or you can work with advertisers in that specific area. So there's some really cool stuff on the analytics side. Monetizing wise, Podbean is going to be able to take you wherever you want to go, and that's really important from a hosting side. You want to host that when you're ready to monetize, or especially if you're an entrepreneur, you have a business, it's going to be built in. So just very quickly, and if anybody has any questions, just email me and I'll send at least through some links. There are a lot of different terms people are using in terms of podcast advertising. The first is called DAI. It's dynamic ad insertion. And that just means on an episode that's already published, you can select a specific timestamp and insert a new ad. So let's say maybe you're a coach. You have, 20, 30, 100 episodes already published on your channel, but you have a new offer. You have a new mastermind coming out. You can make an ad for that mastermind and you can insert it into your podcast for your entire back catalog. Because when people find your podcast, they may be listening to the latest episode, but they also may, binge on all your past episodes. They may find an episode further back in your catalog because of SEO or because of a specific topic that they like. So it's really important to know that you can serve fresh ads on previous episodes that are already published in your catalog so that you can take advantage of all the work you've already put in and all the content that you've already created. So that's really important. Also, podcast community. And in addition to DAI, there's a lot of different ad solutions. We have an ads marketplace at Podbean as well. So you can pop your podcast up there and advertisers can find you. There's a lot of really cool stuff with ads. So as a hosting and monetization platform, it's a really important consideration as well. So this is, what to look for in a hosting platform. You want to make sure that you have a monthly upload and download bandwidth limit that works with you. At Podbean, it's quite large. How much does it cost per month? And some platforms may be free, but then, you're limited once your podcast hits a certain level of success, you're going to pay through the nose. What specific tiers do they offer? Are there resources available in terms of support? We're really big on support at Podbean. And are there other features like live streaming or monetization, like I mentioned? And our live stream is also a really cool aspect. So anyways, that's pretty much an overview of podcast hosting. Mike, I think I'm near time, but anyways, this is kind of what the back end looks like. And like we mentioned, we have that free code as well, which is really exciting. And last but not least, just do it. Just get started. And then we've got some resources here. Here's my personal email. We've got so many help videos on our YouTube channel and a lot of resources on our website. So thank you, everyone. I think I'm gonna stop my screen share. Stop sharing.
Well, Norma Jean, thank you so much. Like that presentation was so valuable. Even as an experienced podcaster, just looking at how you broke everything down, I was like, this is wonderful. This is one of those fantastic things that you can utilize to start a podcast. Right. It had all the information that somebody needs to get started. And you really focus on some very important things like knowing who your audience is, knowing what kind of equipment to use, knowing how you want to structure your show. These are all things you should be doing before you launch. So I really appreciate that. It is so valuable. And I'm sure the people that are watching right now are like, this is great, especially if they're thinking about launching a podcast. So
absolutely.
Norma Jean, thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me. It's been such a pleasure. And I think we have the code here, pod launch, for a 10% discount. And we've got a lot of videos on our website for just how to get quick started. So if you have any questions, I think my email's popped here in the chat, and it's just been such a pleasure. Thank you so much, Mike.
Thank you so much for joining us. All right, Norma, that was great. So now we are going to bring in Phil. He's joining us again, and he got his little break, and I'm happy to introduce Phil Better, the podcast mogul. Yeah. Thank you so much for coming back, Phil. I'm glad you didn't abandon me.
I kind of feel like I'm
what a fantastic presentation Norma just gave us.
Oh yeah, I was able to catch.
Sorry.
Norma gave an amazing presentation. I caught the last little bit of it, and because I was out having something to eat because I was going straight through supper time because it's 9 o'clock. That's why I have this, like, I'm in the pitch black. It's strictly because I don't have a front-facing camera, good camera. So that's all. It's very podcast mogul-y, I must say.
Yeah. Well, now it's my turn to ask you questions, Phil.
Oh God.
So I'm excited for this. And you know my style, man. I don't like to have things written down or anything like that, but I know, some of the things we're going to talk about. For those of you that are following us now, you saw the agenda. So Phil's going to provide a lot of value as well. So Norma Jean's presentation was phenomenal, and Phil's going to get a little bit more specific on how to automate your podcast, how to monetize your podcast. And he's going to talk to us a bit about this podcast accelerator program that we have that we just had somebody sign up for, which is fantastic. So Donna, again, shout out to you. Thank you so much for joining the team and getting in on the inner circle here. Going to throw your shout up down there on the bottom again. So that's fantastic. So Phil, without further ado, can you reintroduce yourself for those that might just be tuning in? Tell us who you are and what you do.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 12-hour live stream. I am, of course, the podcast mogul Phil Better, with a radio voice that can tune everybody in. No, I'm Phil Better. I do the monetization and automation part of the course, the Podcast Launch Accelerator, and also the podcast agency. That's my focus, is monetizing and growing and automating your tasks. I believe in efficiency, so I figured out how to grow your podcast efficiently without taking up most of your time, just like I did for my amazing client, Lloyd Ross, and the other amazing clients inside the Podcast Launch Accelerator. That's who I am. That's pretty much it.
All right.
Can I leave now?
That's pretty much it. Even though there's so much more than that. And
Yes.
I know everyone that's been watching this stream knows that there's so much more to Phil than just his little humble description of himself. So Phil, let's get down and let's get into it, right? Let's talk about podcast automation. And I'm really excited about this because you've showcased some of this to both Chris and I.
Yeah.
And man, it gets the spidey senses tingling. Like, it's just, there's so many great things about what you've done and what you've been building. So can you talk about that a bit? Like, how do you automate these? How do you automate your podcast?
So, like you, Mike, you started as a one-man band. I started as a one-man band, and I started too many podcasts, and managing all those podcasts, posting, figuring out the scheduling for guests. That was a nightmare for me. And when you're running, like I have 4 podcasts that I run, staying organized is very hard. I'm not normally an organized person. I'm a very, I look visionary. I look out how big something can get and then try and work towards it, but not organized style. I like other people do that stuff. That's why I teamed with Chris and Mike, because they're more organized than me. And I just spend my days reading books. So I decided first thing I needed to do was automate when guests will schedule with me and get them to a point in an email automation where they're ready and they know exactly what the show is about. So I use SendFox and TidyCal. Those are the 2 tools I use. I created an automation for anybody who signs up. What's great about SendFox is it allows you to have smart pages. You can create lists, and then that can create automations. So like 5 emails for your guests so that they get that before they show up. And TidyCal allows them to book. So when someone comes onto my podcast, the first thing they do is they sign up for a email list. They sign up to an email list, and then they're shot over to a booking link where they book. And from there, they fill out a form, just so that I, like Mike, can have it in my CRM. I've built a discombobulated CRM that I'm working on so that other people can have it. But the CRM handles all the information for my guests. It tells me the episode. It tells me their social media. It tells me when they scheduled, when it was recorded, and when it's released. But I don't really have to update anything inside that inside of that, because once they fill out the guest form, right, that populates everything inside my CRM, my database that I use Airtable. Then I use the first guest I interviewed on this 12-hour live stream was S.A. Grant, and he talks about automations and RSS feeds. And an RSS feed hits the automation. Like when a new episode, one of my new podcasts goes live, an automation is triggered using Make or Zapier, whichever one, or maybe soon AppSumo Connect, that sends off, updates my database with the link to the episode so I can always see it, but also tells all my audiences in my Facebook groups that I'm an admin on, or my Facebook pages, my social media, like all my social media platforms save, except for TikTok, which I'm working to because I only started with TikTok. So that's pretty much all handled. I don't have to do any work. Now, I use something like Capshow or Cast Magic to create the content inside that goes to each of the social media posts inside my CRM. So they just grab the information from that. So since I bulk record, I do, like you previously heard me talking, if you're not, you didn't hear some of the back episodes, I do recording 2 days a week, and I do about 10 episodes in those 2 days. So it could be 5 and 5, 4 and 6, but it's generally I only do 10 episodes on on each one of those days. So I end up having 10 episodes at the end of the week. That's 40 episodes at the end of the month. And I do a 3-time a weekly episode release for one of my podcasts. The other ones are weekly. So those ones don't bulk up as much. It's mainly my entrepreneur one because I want to learn more from entrepreneurs. So I put a more heaviest emphasis on that podcast to record as many as I can and release them because I know how valuable entrepreneurs' knowledge is. Because without entrepreneurs, I wouldn't be here. Mike wouldn't be here. Chris wouldn't be here. This whole event wouldn't be here. AppSumo wouldn't be here if Noah wasn't a entrepreneur. So that automation and I record all the information, do the show notes and all that for 3 episodes a week, plus 3 other episodes. So 6 episodes a week I'm releasing. So I have the show notes created in advance and I don't have to remember to publish it because the automation takes care of it. So I figure out how I can be efficient and use tools that will make me even more efficient so I can focus on growing my show by using my network or by helping other people inside the Facebook groups that I'm a part of. Did I explain it good? Did I do good?
I think so. I think so. And one of the things that as you're going, I'm sitting here thinking to myself because I got to see some of the process of how you put this together, and it kind of makes me wonder, like inside the mind of the podcast mogul here, like, man, how did you figure out how to come up with this? And I think it boils down to what we talked about earlier when you were interviewing me, is that you being that one-man band, you had a problem. And you had to figure out a way to solve it and resolve the things that you were dealing with. And you're like, hey, I can't spend all this time and burning myself out because I'll wind up losing all my hair like Mike. And
very true. I actually said that. I said I will lose
work.
my hair like Mike, and I like my hair. I like my hair. I've been bald. It doesn't look good, Mike.
You can grow it up top and you can grow the beard. So, good for you. Anyway, no. So Phil, that's fantastic. Now, talking about the automation piece, right? You figured out that problem, you figured out a solution to that, but you also said, okay, I podcast as a business,
Mm-hmm.
right? And I built my podcast to monetize it. So I want to be able to capitalize on that. And I think one of the things that you always focus on is treating your podcast like a business.
Yeah.
So if we could talk about that a little bit too, what are some tools that you've used or that you can offer to some newer podcasters that are getting ready to get started to figure out how to monetize their show?
The first thing you want to do for pardon me, I guess after like nearly 4 hours of speaking nonstop, your voice gets a little whipsy. The first thing you want to do is you need to know what is it that your audience wants. If you don't know, first of all, if you don't know who your audience is, you're not going to grow your podcast. You need to know is exactly who are you talking to. So I always advise my clients, friends, anybody who asks me, the first thing you need to do is who are you talking to? And if you're going to monetize your podcast through the guests, or are you going to monetize it through the listeners? That's what you need to know. If you're going to be coming at, so I'm talking more to business podcasters, the entrepreneurs who want to use podcasting as a business tool and monetize it that way. You need to know, okay, am I going to monetize my guests or I'm going to monetize my audience? And with each one of my podcasts, I've done both. I've monetized through guests and I've monetized through audience. So I understand where each one and the pros and cons and the ups and downs and the bad things that happen when you try and do all this. But your first goal is, if you're doing it as a business, you're treating your podcast as a business, you need to know who you're talking to, what are the pain points that they have, and how can you solve it? Now, if you're going to be monetizing your guests, then you interview your ideal client. Who is your ideal client, however it is, and you don't sell them on the podcast. You let them know, hey, this is what I do. If you have any issues, let me know. We can talk afterwards. Your primary goal is to create value in that episode. Asking the questions that can make your guest feel like you listen to them and you can solve their problem. That you are for me, it's a good podcaster. I run a tight ship. I have a very easy sequence that I use. And they're nearly all the time I hear from my guests that it was an amazing experience. That's what you want to do. So if you are doing lead gen, you need to show them in your podcast how you do lead gen or explain it, but don't overtake your guest. That's really something key. I know a lot of podcasters like, or a lot of entrepreneurs like, well, I'm a chiropractor. I'm going to talk to chiropractors. Is that your audience? Like, is your audience the chiropractors? Like, those are the people that you want to learn from you? Or are you, just because that's who you are, that's who you need to talk to? Maybe if you're a chiropractor, talk to potential clients. Talk to clients that came on, who were clients of your business, and interview them to find out, hey, how did you like it? How was working with me? How was the whole process? And that allows you to have these testimonials, but also it's going to solidify your authority because, hey, I'm talking to someone, like, let's say Mike was a customer of Feel Better Inc., my consulting firm where I help podcasters monetize and grow their podcast, right? Mike comes on, Mike's like, I need help with monetizing my podcast. I don't know how.
Help me, Phil.
Well, it's very simple. You have a service. Like for Mike's greatest service is to put at the beginning and the end the Edit Pods ad. Just at the beginning and at the end, an Edit Pod ad, and that's going to allow you to move people towards it because podcasters are more likely to listen to podcasts. That's what we do. We listen to podcasts. So if a podcaster is listening to Mike's and hears that he has Edit Pods and you can get 5%, 10% off, they're more likely, they're like, oh, well, I know I've listened to Mike. Mike's a really good guy. He has a great podcast. I want to have the same quality. Yeah, just dirt off your shoulder, boy. That is a good process. That is like, he likes his process. I know what he does. I'm going to reach out, get this discount. Now that's if you have a service-based business, that's how you can do it. Or Mike could even interview podcasters that make money. So they're more potentially, they have their personal finance, right? It fits into Mike's type of guest that he normally has on. He can talk to them. And then at the end, he can say, hey, if you need any editing, I got you. Come over to Edit Pods, which with the extra services that Mike has, makes it a no-brainer. That's what you want. How can you connect your business to your podcast? And if you're going to monetize your guests, then you don't need to put the ads in there. But if you're going to monetize your audience, you put the ads in for your service. Or if you're doing affiliate marketing, if you don't have a business, you're an independent podcaster, you're doing something on society and culture, religion, or something like that, there are thousands of products out there that you can be an affiliate with. And over time, you'll earn money. It's not overnight with podcasting unless you're selling something directly to your guests. That has a bigger, higher conversion rate. Whereas affiliate marketing it's slow to begin. But once you start getting that money, then you can reinvest it into ads. And if you're doing affiliate marketing, each one of your social media platforms, you need to be talking about the affiliate product, the link. Have it in all your link bios. If you're going to use Sleek Bio, which is a great thing from AppSumo, use that. At least once a week, talk about your affiliate program that you have. If it's with Amazon, Nike, Adidas, I'm pretty sure Ford probably has one. I'm just right now just looking outside the window of where I'm staying, and I just saw a car dealership. That's why I said Ford. But nearly every business, if you go to them, you scroll to the bottom, and there's an affiliate program. You can join as an affiliate. You can join as a partner, and it's free to join. And then all you do is you start pushing that. You send a weekly email using SendFox. You post once a week on your social media. You do a TikTok on it, and you talk about it in your podcast, and you have it in your links. And over time, people will start paying you. And this is how a lot of the big creators, when they started with blogging, that's how they did it. They just put the links in their blogs and in their emails.
Yeah, Phil, I think that's huge, right? Affiliate marketing is one of the ways that I've monetized my podcast as well. And being I do financial coaching, and I'm also a real estate agent out here in Hawaii. I've actually gotten clients because they've listened to my podcast. And it's just, putting yourself out there. There was something that you mentioned that is huge, and that is building up your authority, right? You build up your own brand authority. And I think that's huge. And something else that you said that I really liked when you were giving that chiropractor example is that, if they brought on, somebody that they worked with, right? Somebody that they worked on, a satisfied client, right? And they talk about what they liked about the service. Boom, you just recorded a testimonial right there that you now have on this podcast episode. And you could take that clip and you could put it up on your website. You can share with other people. That can be an ad in itself, right? So that's huge, Phil. So there's a lot of value there. Thank you so much for that. Now I want to kind of shift this a little bit to talking about, one of the amazing things that we're partnered up in with Chris, and that's the Podcast Accelerator Program. So if you could go into a little bit more detail about what it is, what value it provides. I mean, we just had somebody sign up today.
So I'm going to tell Donna exactly what she's getting and what everybody else is missing.
So Donna, I hope you're still watching and listening.
If you are,
Phil's going to break it down for you.
Yeah, let us know in the chat, Donna, please. Or if you're on the fence, this hopefully will sell it. Imagine being guided by people who have created over 7 figures with their podcast, who have created award-winning shows, that has launched close to 50 podcasts into the top 10% of podcast listens. There we go. Donna's here. Donna, this is what you're getting. Okay. Just imagine you have that team there, and then you have the experts that they're connected to, the people that they know that help them get to that level. That's what you're getting in a 30-day accelerator program. Plus, you're getting weekly accountability. If you have questions, if you have concerns, if you're not sure how to do something, you have 24 access to 3 of the greatest podcasters in their respective country. I'm not going to say in the world, because there could be some bigger ones, but in our respective countries, we are some of the biggest, and we know exactly what to do. We are focused on making sure that your podcast is launched, that it's sustainable for you, so that you don't hit pod fade after 10 episodes or after 20 episodes or after 50 episodes. We want to make it so that it's completely seamless to your workday, that you actually look forward to it. So the first week you have a branding lesson. You learn all about branding your podcast, right? With some of the one of the best branding person. I don't want to spill beans, but he may or may not have been on earlier today. Then you get an automation lesson. You learn my automations that I use, my email automation. You get we're talking about my CRM. There's a little work with that, but my CRM is going to be in there so that you guys can learn how to use it so that your life is a little easier. That's in the first 2 weeks. That's what you get. So we set you up so you have a great branded podcast that's in line with your business, if it's a business, or if with your personal brand, as well as you get the automation so that it's on autopilot. So again, you do not have to think constantly about your podcast. From there, the next 2 weeks, and throughout the month, we're having interviews with past experts, future experts, former clients, not clients, but cohorts, students who have gone through the process, have their podcast launch, and have amazing experience. And then we get 2 other experts in the month that are special towards the accelerator that we have. But once you become an accelerator insider, like once you join the podcast launch accelerator, you become part of the inner circle. So you get to see every upcoming system, every upcoming class. You're part of that. So you can provide your value to the guests, to the future students. So if you're like, hey, someone writes, I'm having a problem with that, it could either be myself, Mike, or Chris that answers you, or it could be an actual student who went through the program going, yeah, I had that problem, try doing this. And you will be amazed at how interactive and collaborative that the inner circle is. They are some amazing podcasters, and they've only been podcasting less than a year. Like, it's insane.
And they provide so much value.
Oh,
Phil.
they do.
I mean, the group chat in there, it's like a little mini mastermind. Like, I'm sitting here just following, especially some of the progress that a lot of them have made. It's just been phenomenal seeing some of those things, and the questions that get brought up are great questions, and helps keep everybody on their toes, right, and keeping everybody moving forward. And Donna said she's going to enjoy that. So Donna, we are super excited to have you. We're going to enjoy helping you launch your podcast and step it up to the next level. So this is going to be fantastic. All right. So Phil, is there anything else you want to add about the accelerator program?
sign up now. Like, do yourself a favor. Use code AppSumo. You get what was it, like 15% off, I think.
For
if they sign up,
AppSumo?
Yeah, if they sign up with using the AppSumo code. Sorry, I'm not the logistics guy, as you can clearly see.
Yeah, no, I think if you use the AppSumo code, it is 15% off of the accelerator program.
Yeah, the accelerator program. Sorry, yeah. Yep. Use code AppSumo when you check out. You'll get that 15% discount on it. I want to see you there. I want to help you. If you're already a podcaster and you want to take your podcast to the next level, save some time, focus in on stuff. Yes, Chris is still awake. He needs to go to sleep. Swear to God. AppSumo or Podbean, and you'll get that 15%. I would rather see you use AppSumo, since this is AppSumo oriented, and one of my favorite tools to use in AppSumo is TidyCal. If I didn't have TidyCal, my life would be over. But yes, that's me in a nutshell, what I can bring and what I can offer. If you're interested in learning more, hit me up in the DMs. I'm everywhere on social media, either the podcast Mogul or Feel Better. I'm the only Feel Better.
Awesome. So, I'm glad you brought that up too with TidyCal. And, when you were talking with David earlier, a lot of those AppSumo originals are just fantastic, right?
Oh.
And, it's been great. So, and Donna said she used AppSumo as her code.
Let's
so
go.
Fantastic. And so, Phil, I want to open this up to anybody that's watching right now or listening in. If they have any questions, if you guys want, put them in the chat here for Phil to answer while we've got him here for a few more minutes.
I'm more than happy to answer.
And then we'll get moving.
Now,
and definitely don't hesitate to hit him up on the DMs or, anywhere on social media. He's very responsive, except if it's me. I've seen how he responds to other people very quick, but when I ask him a question, he ignores me, and that's okay.
You asked me 20 questions in a row. Like, I don't have
time. No, get out of here. Stop it.
No, I love Mike.
No, actually, Phil's always been great to respond back immediately, and him and Chris have been just absolutely amazing. And I'm very thankful to have both of you guys in my life right now. Especially when it comes to what we're doing together. This is awesome.
It's phenomenal. Mike, I love working with you. You're amazing. What you have over at Edit Pods just is such a complementary synergy, if you will, with our agency and the accelerator. It allows our students to, again, take off a stress, because I know what it's like having to edit podcasts, and it's not fun. Because you want it to be perfect every single time, get all the ums, get all the ahs, the awkward pauses and all that. But you hand it off to an editor, and now you can focus on either getting those guests or connecting with your clients to take it to the next level.
Yep.
I'm going to give another monetization secret. This is more from the independent podcast world. Most business podcasters, they have the business that they push, or they have the affiliate program. You can monetize your recordings. I'm going to tell you how you can do this. I got about 2.5 minutes to do this, so I'm going to make this really quick. There's a site called Patreon, or you can make a membership site, whatever you want. And what I would suggest you do is you have 3 tiers. Keep them as simple as possible. The low tier just gets the episodes early. The mid tier gets to vote on questions asked during the episode and gets a bonus episode. And I'll explain the bonus episode because it comes from the 3rd tier. The 3rd tier is your high tier. Cool. Your 3rd tier is your highest tier. You can price it at whatever you want. 25 plus is usually what I suggest. Now, that 3rd tier is a private Facebook group where you go live into your group. Now, a lot of podcasters are against this because they're like, no, you need to go live on Facebook so that everybody can see you. Now, if you know anything about television, the audiences sometimes have to pay for tickets to go watch a taping, even though they broadcast it live. So why can't you do the same? So I always suggest what you do is you go live into a private Facebook group that you charge for, that they only can get it through Patreon or the membership site. And then in that, once, depending on how many episodes you record a week or whatever, you record a 15-minute after episode, so that your Patreons can either get those questions asked that were voted on by the group, and obviously the highest level gets to submit those questions, or you can take live questions from the audience to your guest. Now, you have to make sure your guest is okay with it. Most guests usually are. It's an additional 15 minutes. And just doing that, now you have additional resources to monetize your podcast. Because regardless, if you go live to Facebook, there's a good chance no one's going to watch you. So why not charge access to it? Whether or not they're there, it doesn't matter. You're still going live. And you can slowly build it up over time because you've automated and you've made everything seamless so that you can focus on growing your podcast and bringing people into your Patreon. And again, you want to talk about it in the beginning of your episode and through your social media and through your email. So I kind of got it through, but we still got some time. So yeah, please ask any questions in the show note, in the comments below. I want to answer any questions, help you monetize your podcast. If you write a question, this is what my show is. This is what I offer. How can I monetize it? I will give you one in the next two minutes. Or you can book a complimentary 15 minutes at feelbetterinc.com/consult. And I can help you out there.
Awesome. And while we're waiting for that too, Phil, I just want to say, there's always great advice that's been given out. And one of the things that I found through the mastermind with you, and I think this will help a lot of people when it comes to monetizing their podcast, is you were telling me about how to offer podcast advertising to my guests, where they can actually advertise their specific episode with me on Google or social media. And now I started doing that, right? So a week before their episode comes out, I offer that to them. And if they want to advertise their specific episode, I will put it up on Google Ads or social media, whichever they pick, and they pay for it, right? So, and it's been great because the first person that signed up with me, like their page got 5,000 hits immediately. Like their ad got hit. It was amazing. And, because that's one of the things too, I focus on shifting it to the guests page, not to me. But it gave me some free advertising for my podcast. So Phil, that was a genius idea. Thank you so much for that.
It's just some of the ideas I have. So I see our next guest is here. I'm going to take my break here. I'm probably going to go to sleep because Chris isn't sleeping. I might as well sleep. But Mike, thank you so much. Everybody who's watching, thank you so much. The next guest is insane. I hope you have a great time. I'm going to bow out. Mike, you do your stuff.
Call him names. All right, Phil. Hey, this was fantastic. Thanks so much. All right. So I'm going to bring in our next guest now, Bryan Barletta from Sounds Profitable. So here he is, Bryan.
How you doing?
Welcome. Thank you for joining me.
I'm insane. I think I'm going to take it as a compliment.
I know. What was up with that with Phil there, calling you insane?
I'll take it as a compliment.
You weren't even on camera to defend yourself. What's going on, Phil? He's calling you out here. All right. Well, hey, thanks for joining me, Bryan. So this is awesome. This event, I am now an hour and a half into my segment of the event, but we have been on for 9.5 hours now. And it's just been phenomenal. Everyone that's come on has provided tremendous value. So I'm really excited to talk to you, and we're going to talk about ad technology, right? And what kind of role it plays in the podcast industry today. And before we do that, can you please introduce yourself to us and let us know who you are, your background, and tell us about Sounds Profitable?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm a giant podcast nerd. That's the biggest thing. I really love this space. I love the people in it, from the individual creators all the way to the enterprise people. I've worked in ad tech for 14 years. Half of my career was in podcasting. The first half was in mobile advertising. Got to be there at the start of like the App Store and all of that. But really dug into podcasting when I was one of the founding members of a team called Barometric, and we were acquired by Claritas. We brought attribution to podcasting. Then I went over and worked at Megaphone as senior product manager of data and monetization. So I handled the ad server and the data pipeline. And then from there, I started Sounds Profitable. We originally collaborated with Podnews to get things off the ground. And, thank you to the team over at Podnews for helping make that happen. But Sounds Profitable now is the business of podcasting. We are 4 people strong. It's myself, Tom Webster, who left 18 years at Edison Research to come lead research, bleeding edge research at Sounds Profitable. Manuela and Gavin, who keep the ship running for operations and content. And what we do is we put out a twice a week newsletter right now, all about educating people about the business of podcasting, right? Really focusing on the people creating a career in the space and how the technology works, how the data works, all the little pieces there that can really help someone build their career, their entire business, or better themselves at a job in the space. We do quarterly research that Tom runs. We do live events every single quarter. We work with 135 companies in the space to build out podcasting and really evangelize it in greater spaces like the IAB and whatnot. So we're evangelists, advocates, and researchers.
All right, fantastic. And you know what a great way to open up and share your background about being a podcast nerd first and foremost, because you know I find that the folks that are really passionate about podcasting and really into it are the ones that come up with these solutions to the problems that so many podcasters face. And you know, monetizing your podcast, like we were just talking about with Phil, and running ads and things like that, sometimes it could be very difficult. So could we get into the, you know, how do you see ad technology playing a role in the podcast industry?
Yeah, I really want to emphasize to people that podcasting is so powerful as a creative format and a way to express yourself. We got this cool device in from Nomano that just lets me like record things without a computer, without any other equipment, that I'm super excited to check out. And my entire
That's
plan
cool.
with it is to like record it with my son. That podcast is never going to be public. It's going to be something for the two of us. He's 4.5 years old. We're going to talk about Power Rangers and other fun stuff like that. And it's just for us, right? And there are other podcasts out there that are the opportunity for two people to just get together, drink a beer, and talk to their friends. I'm not a big fan of those, but if that helps people, if that's fun for them, or it's a creative expression or just an excuse to connect with your friends, I don't want to dismiss any of that, but I want to draw a clear line. If you want to monetize your podcast, you have to treat it like a business. That's really, really important. Not everything needs to be a business. This is something people have said to me since I was 14 years old, trying to turn my hobbies into ways to make money. But it's something now that I'm echoing more and more. It's okay to just create, whether it's art or fun or therapeutic, it's okay to create. But if it's a business, you got to treat it like a business. An investment doesn't have to be in financial, but it has to be at least your time and your effort and working hard and learning and accepting that it's not as easy as it was. And it might not just be easy for you either. Ad tech, however, is really powerful because when we think about this, right, podcasting is an open solution, right? The RSS feed is open. We have ways to close it off and make it private for paid podcasts through subscriptions. So that's ad tech there. We have ways to insert ads into an episode, whether, you know, really robust ways that you can do it yourself, or you can connect into other ad servers and they can do it for you. There are a lot of really great solutions on there. And what's cool is that in podcasting, we don't have a lot of data points. We just get the IP address and the user agent of the request that comes in. We don't have any other identifiers. That is a lot of data. You can do a lot with it, but it's been it's been confining to us. So we've had to innovate around it, meaning that the tech that we have is really advanced for what we want to do. So today, that allows you to plug in to partners like Anchor or Spreaker or Red Circle or Podbean and immediately get ads flowing through it, or plug into something more advanced, or any of those, serve your own ads. Go knock on the pizza store down the road and tell them about how 30 people in your neighborhood listen to that podcast and why they should advertise on the podcast.
Yeah, I love that. Absolutely. Because, you know, a lot of folks that are starting a podcast, they're doing it for either their business or they're doing it out of a hobby, right? So you have a couple different kind of podcasters, right? And the ones that want to use it for their business, or they want to treat it as a business, or they want their podcast to be a business, you most certainly have to treat it as a business. So I'm really happy to hear you echo the same thing that Phil was just saying, because that is so important.
Yeah.
It really is. And, you know, with that being said, you know, there is so many things happening right now in the podcast space. And I want to know, like, what excites you about the future of podcasting, and what is worth getting excited about? Like, what are some of the things that you see coming online that you're super excited about?
Well, the download, how we measure a download is decided by an organization called the Interactive Advertising Bureau, the IAB. And the last time we updated the spec was 2018. It's 5 years ago. That's
Right.
too long, right? People are lapsed in certification. They haven't asked us to renew all that. And it's tough. I mean, for everybody's knowledge, your hosting platform, if they're IAB certified, pays a fee based on how much revenue they generate to be part of this organization, to then help decide the specification, likely write some aspects of it, and then has to pay again to have their implementation of it after they've done that audited. So it's not trivial. And I understand that that's me complaining about big, expensive companies paying big, expensive bills, but we haven't had motivated people. Not that we've had plenty of motivated people, but we haven't been able to get everybody on the same page since I've been involved in it for several years. Until recently, it feels like everybody is willing to move forward. Everybody understands that we need to move things forward. Today, what a download is a guideline. Me and you can read that document, interpret it different, both get certifications, and have a discrepancy of 10% between how we would count the same data. There's a lot of interest in moving it towards a specification, really solidifying it so that everybody views a download the same way. And that seems so trivial and such a dorky thing to like get over. But this is how we count our base metric. Everything grows from there. When nobody has to argue anymore about what a download is and do these downloads match, or can I buy across these 1,000 shows? That allows more money and more opportunity coming in the space. One of the things that actually excites me, and I think your audience might like this the most, there's a podcast called Worlds Beyond Number. It's a D&D podcast. I listen to kids podcasts and D&D podcasts. That's basically it. And industry podcasts. Yeah, I do those too. And they did something really clever. They kept their main podcast on the primary feed, the public feed. The bonus content is only on the Patreon feed or their Apple Podcast feed and all those the subscriber feed. Meaning that if you grab that Patreon link, that's where the bonus content is, none of the core episodes, and you do their full episodes on the main link, it doesn't impact their rating negatively. Because today, if I were to drive you to my Patreon and you stop listening on Apple or Spotify directly on the listed directory link, my rating will go down because you're not listening to what Apple identifies as me or Spotify identifies as me. That was a very clever thing that I haven't seen implemented that often. It's tough because it means that you can't do ad-free versions. It means you can't do early release versions, but it's incredibly clever.
Yeah, that's a great way to do it. And that was also mentioned a little bit earlier too, is having, offering like a Patreon or buy me a coffee or different ways to support a podcast and support a show that somebody can do to monetize their podcast. I really like that idea of having that bonus content and just some exclusive things that you can have separate from the show that people can, purchase subscriptions for. That way you're not impacting your standing and your rating, especially if you're a podcast that's on the charts, right? If you're a really popular show and you're like, hey, I want to capitalize on this, not everyone's going to follow you, across the bridge to the other side of monetization, right? So you can lose potential ad revenue there with anybody that's sponsoring you or affiliates that you're working
100%.
with. So that's, I'm glad you pointed that piece out.
But I want to highlight something really interesting I've been thinking about. Let's say you have 30 downloads, right? There's 30 people that care about your podcast. That if that number stays the same or even slightly grows, those people are sticking with you. How cool is that? You're somebody's third, fourth, fifth podcast, but they're listening to you. They're invested. Give them ways to give you money or to help you. Sign up for every option. Buy me a coffee, Patreon. Let them subscribe in Apple Podcasts. I don't care if you don't get all their detail. What were you going to do with it anyways? Let people pay you. Let them meet you where is the least friction for them to do that. That's really exciting. The whole Britney Spears thing, when that all happened, right? There was a podcast, the Toxic Podcast. I burned through the whole thing. All I wanted to do was leave them a tip. I spent 10 hours. It was 10 episodes, an hour each. Spent 10 hours. I just wanted to throw them some money. I've spent more money buying The Flash, the TV show, on Amazon so that I could watch it early. And it is a terrible TV show than I've ever spent on podcasts like that. And that bums me out. Let me pay you. Let me say thank you. It's not bad to have multiple avenues for that.
Well, Bryan, I would be happy if you go listen to my podcast and you want to provide support as
Let's
well.
do it.
Average Joe Finances, go check it out. I'm on Buy Me a Coffee / Average Joe Finances.
Yeah, that's smart.
No, but that's fantastic. That's great. That and there are people out there that want to provide support to the content that they enjoy, that they take in, right? So that's a great point. That if you have a podcast out there and you're not sure, or you're just like, just put it
Yeah.
out there. Give people an opportunity to support you, because you may be surprised the impact that you make on people, that they want to provide some type of support
Yeah.
back to you.
And don't fall into the trap of models and big numbers. Like, so Sounds Profitable has a newsletter that goes out to about 8,000 people, 50% unique open rate. We work with 135 companies in podcasting, right? They're committed partners of ours that we work very closely with. Our podcast gets like 300 downloads an episode. And every couple of months I get down on it. I'm just like, it's my mom listening to 300 times. And then a podcast conference comes up, or I get on a phone call and someone says, Bryan, on this episode 3 weeks ago, you said this. It was really interesting. I brought it up with my team, XYZ. Or they shoot me an email or something. It happens so rarely, but those people that you're impacting, it's great to hear that. It's great to get something from them sometimes, whether that's the validation or financial or whatnot. And that might be enough to cover your hosting fees, which is great. Now you're break even except for your time. Might be a new microphone. It might be the opportunity to, take a less of a shift over the weekend on another job. It's like baby steps on it, right? But think about non-standard models. Sounds Profitable is a growing, thriving business with 300 downloads, and we're a podcast business. So maybe there's other models there. Maybe an Average Joe Finance. Do you do like a subscription where you like coach people directly?
I do. Yeah.
And that's fantastic, right? Like that one person converting over to that. Have you ever done the math for how many downloads with a standard $25 CPM ad rate you would need to get to equal the person who joined your group?
Yeah, it's a lot.
It's a lot. It's a lot of downloads. Yeah. So sometimes there are podcasts out there, and I know that this is the myth people talk about a lot. There are IT podcasts out there that have like a couple hundred to 1,000 listeners, but have 500,000 in revenue because all they need to do is sell one thing to that high level person at that technology company, and that's $1 million contract, right? Like these are really valuable things that we need to think about. You need to think about your audience and the ways that you can move forward with them.
I love that. So actually, let's talk about how a podcaster can use Sounds Profitable to grow and monetize their podcast.
Sure. Yeah. So we're an information source for the average podcaster and the people building in the space. Like everything we do is free. That's completely true on that end. The content is
that happens to be my favorite price.
Right. And the content's all there. And we tell you how to do everything. We share the research. We don't even ask your email to get the research. You can read the articles on the website. None of it is gated in any way. We've removed all ads except one. We had a partner, Magellan, who sponsored the creation of our second newsletter. So there for the year, they're our last advertiser in that relationship. We removed all the ads. So there's no ads, classifieds, anything like that in any of our content. It is just pure education. We do a YouTube series called Data Decoded. Tom Webster is the best researcher in podcasting, and he breaks down these complex topics in 5 to 6 minutes and explains from other people's research, not just ours, what's a piece you can take away from it and how do you apply it to the business space, whether it's building new creative or what you're exploring financially on the business side. And then if you are looking to get serious about podcasting and your business in there, we do offer the partnership model, which involves an active Slack channel. We do our live events, which we don't sell tickets to. It's just for the partners. None of that information shared in that is, not shared on our website, just the opportunity to network, connect, and we provide consulting services to all those partners. And we'd love more people to join up for that because that allows us to do more things like join the IAB that we joined in the US and now in the UK, looking at Australia. We're part of the ANA, and we're working to be active in as many organizations as possible to get them shouting about podcasting the way we are.
I love that, Bryan, especially, with being involved in the IAB as well, because I think one of the things that people don't really think about is that, people that want to run ads on their podcast, that IAB certification is so important to somebody who's going to pay for ad space on a show. They want to know that you're getting like a legitimate certain amount of downloads and not just, whatever you pulled up on some spreadsheet or from some database, right? That is super important that they're IAB certified. And, I also like the fact that you're working towards updating that, right? Especially since the last time this has really been looked at was 2018. So over 5 years ago, that's huge. And speaking of, I know that you are heading to the podcast show in London. Chris is also going to be there. Tell us why Sounds Profitable is going to be at the podcast show.
So when I guess for us, the big podcast shows that we go to right now are Podcast Movement in the US and then Pod Show London, which is on its second year. We try to go to a lot of other industry events. And when I say industry, like advertising and whatnot, like so the IAB upfronts, the podcast upfronts were just last week in New York. And then we went to South by Southwest for some of the ad tech things there and advertising stuff. And we'll go to some of the programmatic events later in the year in New York and Ad Week and Brand Week and all of that. I think that podcast events are about podcasters coming together. It's about the business people coming together and all that. I think we're starting to realize more and more that the brands are probably not going to come out. Some of the agencies do, but they're the people who are really invested in the space. But it's a great opportunity to network with your peers. Podcast Movement gives us 2 opportunities to do that in the US. And the core event, the one in August every year, pulls a lot of people in. We got people who come in from Australia, ARN is a great company from there, SCA as well. There are great companies that come over from Australia, and that's a long flight to do that. But a bunch more of them started coming to London, the Pod Show London. It's easy. Europe, having done a lot of conferences in Europe, it's very interesting. They all like to end at like 4:00, so they go home because they all get on a train to their separate countries. The reason we're going is because our partners are there. Right. We throw an event before every single major podcast event we throw an event every quarter before a major event. And we have almost 150 people signed up for our event because our partners are all going. They're looking for ways to connect with each other. And more importantly, they're looking for ways to connect with the new people at these events that they haven't had a chance to work with. Their partners, their competitors, and ideally some of them looking for advertisers too. So that's what I'm excited about. Have you been to the podcast show London?
I have not. No.
I highly recommend it. The venue is set up in such a cool way that there's like a coffee bar in the center and everything exits out into there. And I am not ashamed to admit that I don't go to a single panel except for the ones I'm on. And I leave those pretty quickly. And then I just hang out in that coffee bar area because it's so great to just meet people and connect them with other people. So if anybody listening is going, I look like this, which is what every male podcaster in his 30s looks like. And come find me and I'd love to talk to you.
Yeah. Hey, that is awesome, Bryan. I just actually came from a conference, a real estate conference last weekend. And same thing, like as soon as you walk out of the main stage or any of the breakout sessions, the coffee bar's there. I spent so much time there getting some coffee and talking to just so many people and networking. It was phenomenal. So let me see. We got a comment here. Chris and several others are attending. Yep. So Chris will be there. So definitely you guys will be able to connect and talk. Yeah. For sure. Meet in person, talk about what you guys are doing. So, it's what's really awesome is that, what you're offering here with Sounds Profitable is free for the podcasters, right? And it's a great way for them to figure out, at least the starting, a good starting point for figuring out how they want to monetize their podcast. So is there anything in specific or any articles that you guys have on your website that you would recommend that somebody like these are the must reads and things that you need to check out to learn?
So I write very lengthy articles, very technical, and I tried to break some of them down. They're good, but I bet, I've only been writing it for 2.5 years and we're revamping some of those. We're trying to revisit them and trying to
You're creating the Reader's Digest version.
I'd like, actually, I just had a killer conversation about doing some animated drawings, like to explain some of these topics. So,
like some explainer videos.
Yeah, we're working on some ideas around it.
To somebody else that we just had on here and do one of those AI ones and have the avatar do it for you.
I am I actually have done a lot of that with I worked with Veritone to do a bunch of that. They synthesized my voice and I spoke Spanish for a year. That was very interesting.
Very cool.
We're exploring it, and I think that right now I don't have a great on ramp. That's the truth of it. My recommendation to you is go to soundsprofitable.com, click through some of the older articles, sign up for the newsletter, and here's the biggest part: hit reply. If an article comes out and you don't understand anything, hit reply. I'll answer everything. It goes to me. I truly mean that we answer every email that comes in, me or somebody on my team. We want to walk through it. There's nobody there's no too small, right? Because here's the truth of it. Maybe you love podcasting and you want to work in podcasting and like you want to monetize and grow your show, but maybe you get the space enough and you go get a job in podcasting. This is a real industry, right? Like it's a profession. This is my career. And for a lot of you listening, it's your career too, or it can be. The skill of having a podcast and understanding that could be a great way for you to go apply for a job at any of these companies, right? Going directly to the hosting platforms, the ad tech companies, the advertisers that are interested in exploring it, the microphone companies. There's so many different things you can do. So I really, we're really here for you. I'd love more people to say I work in podcasting.
Yeah, that's awesome. And there's so many career fields out there now. I work in a field, doing podcasting with my podcast editing team, right? There's just so much that you can do out there. And even my podcast itself, I've turned into its own small business. And, I've actually recently seen, like, on LinkedIn, because I've been kind of like hustling and looking at some of the things there. People are hiring people to do podcasts.
Yes.
Right. There's companies out there saying, hey, we want somebody to be the face and the voice of our company to talk about our products, what we're doing. This is what we're looking for. So if you're a successful podcaster and you're out there and things are moving for you and you know what you're doing really good, and you want to offer that service to one of these bigger companies, it doesn't hurt to just reach out and say, hey, I see you guys are doing A, B, C, and D. I would love to help you guys start a podcast. Here's my resume. Here's my background. Here's some of the things I've done. Here's my downloads, IAB certified, right? So I think that's huge, man. Absolutely.
Well, and because there's no file, like nobody takes that and says like, F this guy. Like I don't want to work with him. Like what the guts on him. Let's blacklist him from the whole industry. They either like it or they don't, and they move on, right? Like take your shot. Open mouths get fed.
Yeah.
100%. There are people out there that are in marketing and other avenues. They're just like, man, it really sucks that all I do is buy Google AdSense. And they get your email and it's like, oh, wait, we could build a podcast for how much? Right? I am not in any way advocating that we cheap out on production or things like that. But when I say that, like, there are many companies out there that are spending substantially on creative assets and advertising that go nowhere, that if they put those budgets combined into a podcast, a branded podcast, and you did it with video and all these other things, it's 1,000 assets from every episode. The quote cards, the guests that you have on there, the video, the audio, the social media posts, the blog posts that you create off of it with AI or not, the directions that you take it based on the analytics. Like you can easily capture a massive amount of someone's budget because that person is just so excited not to click another. Yeah, increase the CPM a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so there's so much content that you can get out from just one podcast episode. Yeah. Right? Literally like hundreds of pieces of content that you can use. One of the things I love to do too is I transcribe my episodes, right? I've turned them into blog posts. I have little clips of me. I have little clips of my guests and I put it out on social media, on TikTok, Instagram, all that stuff. And, if you think about that, like from a big corporation or business point of view, that they can create content like that and put it all over social media for a fraction of the price of what they're paying these other marketing companies and large agencies, right? They could, by starting their own podcast, could create a ad revenue machine for themselves.
Yeah. And I mean, just a podcast is a conference that you held on your own, right? Where me and you have an audience right now. I don't know how many people are listening. Thank you all for listening, and the people listening after the fact or watching. I appreciate it as well. Like all of these people are tuned into our unique conference, our 30 minutes right here. We have their attention. We're talking to them. That's so powerful, right? And that means right here, and this is the best part, if the assets come out after this with a picture of me saying something insightful and that's sent to me, I'm going to share that. And if I'm tagged in it, I'm going to repost that. And if I'm sent video of me saying something interesting, I'm going to post that on LinkedIn too. These are all interesting things that then build up my brand, as well as your brand, as well as this podcast brand, our individual companies. The web effect is huge. We post a substantial amount of Sounds Profitable content directly from my personal account because a personal brand still reaches further than a business brand. So the people that you can reach and connect with and help grow things, it's wild.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I changed my Instagram handle at one point because I changed it from my personal name to my podcast brand, right? And then I changed it back to my name because I'm like, well, it's still me, and these are the things that I'm doing.
Yeah.
And I want to focus more on myself as a brand, right? And my own personal brand. So I think that carries so much weight, Bryan. Yeah, that just so much value, man.
Thanks,
like
man.
what we're talking about here. And exactly like you said too, like you're capturing an audience in this moment, and you're able to share, these nuggets, these golden nuggets of valuable information. And hopefully we could take some of this and clip it up and share it with you, and you could share
There we
it
go.
all over the place too. And this is going to help everybody that's involved. But it's so simple that just what you can do with a podcast in your own personal branding. So thank you so much for sharing that.
Yeah. The biggest thing I can say about that personal brand thing is that the deeper you get into like also representing the company, the less you can tweet about like Legend of Zelda and like your children. It just doesn't land nearly as well as like podcast ad tech and business of podcasting stuff. So
Yeah, no, I love that. I love that, man. All right. So Bryan, real quick. So our next guest isn't here yet, but I do want to give you an opportunity to share where people can find more information about you. We shared the website on here too. We'll share it again, but please, where can people find more information about you, about Sounds Profitable? I'm going to put the website up, but also like any social media, anything like that.
So Sounds Profitable on everything should be us. We're in the process of trademarking it. It is very slow with COVID and all of that. SoundsProfitable.com is the primary place where you can find everything. The research, the articles, the podcast, the YouTube, all of that on there. And please sign up for the newsletter if you believe that it would be valuable for you. And if you don't, swing by and take a look at it every now and then. The YouTube channel's up. The podcast channel's up. We should be everywhere that you get your podcasts. I do mean that. My screen just, apparently I didn't move the mouse often enough. But yeah, at soundsprofitable.com is the core way there. I'm at Bryan Barletta on Twitter. Tom is Webby2001 and SoundsProf News on Twitter as well. And again, on LinkedIn, the same thing. I'm not on Facebook so much. You might find a picture of me on there, but that's mostly just to find out where I can go play D&D in San Antonio. So
I love that. I play on Tuesday nights myself.
I am itching to find an in-person game.
Yeah, no, I do. I play online on Roll20. But hey, Bryan, so I don't want to get off topic. This was fantastic. Thank you so much. This was great. And for everybody, go check out soundsprofitable.com. Go follow them on social media. And I do agree with you that trademarking stuff does take a long time. I trademarked Average Joe Finances. Took me a year and a half to get
that stuff submitted.
Yeah, awesome. All right, hey, thank you again so much.
Thanks for having me.
We're going to say bid you adieu. All right. So, Bryan, that was a fantastic interview with Bryan and the value that he shared with us. Now we're going to bring in Rob Actis from Podopolo. We talked with Melinda a little bit earlier about Podopolo, so I'm really excited to talk to Rob again and have him on. And let's bring him in right now.
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Mike?
I can hear you.
All right, good.
I got you.
All right, good. Just want to make sure.
So, yeah. Thank you so much for taking the time to be a part of this awesome event. We are now 2 hours into my segment, but 10 hours in total. And I see Chris still commenting, so he still hasn't gone to bed. I think he's just going to stay up all morning with us, and so.
He's a crazy
But
one, but
Rob,
you know what? He's a
welcome.
mover and a shaker, and he's
is.
just a great guy. I have to say. So I wouldn't be surprised at all that he stays up the entire event.
Neither would I. Neither would I. So I've been watching it since this morning, but for me, it started at 6 a.m. out here in Hawaii. So I'm not staying like super late into the evening. So it kind of works out pretty good for me. It's unfortunate for him being over there in the UK. So hey, actually, speaking of, here we go. He said, "Rob is live. Let's go."
There you go,
Okay.
baby. There you go.
And that's what we're doing. We're going. So Rob, I'd like, before we get started, if you can kind of share with us who you are, your background with Podopolo. Just give us the wave top of this, and then we'll kind of break it down, and you can give us the demo. I'm really excited about this, so I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, absolutely. So super glad to be here with podcasters. I love podcasting. It's one of my most favorite things in the world. Been podcasting since 2007, to be exact, way before it was easy. Like, it was really a hard thing to do. You had to do the RSS feed manually and upload stuff, and it was crazy. But I did it.
You could like only listen on like an iPod.
Yeah, you listened on an iPod. That was the only way you could listen. It was really kind of a crazy time. But I saw the power of podcasting. And matter of fact, my license plate says podcaster. I get a lot of people come up and they go, "Oh, what's your podcast?" And a lot more podcasters are reaching out now when they see me. And it's cool because podcasters are just a really special breed. I think they're so committed to just getting a message out there to change the world and have an impact, and just very kind and very generous. But background about me is I am a professional voice actor. Can be heard on many national TV commercials all over the country and actually around the world. I'm an audiobook narrator of 34 audiobooks, including Hal Elrod's book, The Miracle Morning, and all the audiobooks in the series. And I am also the narrator of my book, which is a best-selling book that Hal wrote the foreword to, and it's called The Law of Action. It's all about breaking through your fear and living a life of massive inspired action. But I'm a podcaster. I have 2 podcasts. One's called Living the Law of Action, and also Life Transformation Radio. And Life Transformation Radio is all about overcoming obstacles, and it's spiritual and universal principles. And we talk about the airy-fairy stuff from, Archangel Michael, a woman who communicates to him, to the master of karma, to a woman who's just really, really happy. And it's a really an opportunity for me to be curious and come from a childlike wonder and ask questions, because I don't know. And I think my audience really likes that, because I just don't know. And every day I talk to someone, and we talked about ayahuasca the other day, and I was like, wow, that's really interesting. And so it's always stuff that you don't know. And I always get a feedback from someone like, that was really cool. So yeah, so podcaster at heart. Met Belinda through my podcast, Life Transformation Radio, and people weren't really seeing the power of Podopolo, and I saw it. I was all in, and I kind of talked to her and actually created a podcast just out of enthusiasm. It was called The Weekly Hot 10, and background of radio for 15 years. So I produced it high energy, like American Top 40. And it was a countdown show of the hot podcasts on Podopolo. It's still there. You can listen to it. There's some great podcasts on there, and we may be bringing that back. And then I just kind of talked to him more and more. And ultimately I decided that I was going to transition from my company and work full-time at Podopolo, because I felt that I was really the only one that could get the message out as clear and with passion, because I get it. And Podopolo is all about making a difference in a podcaster's life, helping them amplify and monetize their show, which is a really cool thing, because that's not the way podcasting works. So I'm here. I have a presentation. If there's audience members, I can go through the presentation. It's very similar to Melinda's. However, I'd really like to just have an open dialogue and answer any questions. That seems like what's calling to me. So what do you think, Mike?
Awesome. Yeah, we can do that. And I mean, if you want to pull them up and go through,
Yeah.
But yeah, we can open it up for any Q&A. I do want to point out that, when we were talking with Melinda earlier, she was talking about the AI and the structure behind Podopolo. And she brought up your name so much about being such an evangelist, right, for Podopolo. And I can tell right now, just talking with you, that yes, you do have a voice for radio.
Oh, thank you.
I can 100% tell you're a voice actor, right? You just have a really good energy
Thank you.
about you, and a very crisp tone to your voice here. But yeah, does anybody have any questions right off the bat you'd like to ask Rob about Podopolo?
Oh, I see one right there.
Let me
Okay,
see.
so
here we go.
I downloaded the app today, tried to claim my podcast. It didn't accept my email address, and it couldn't find my other podcast. Where do I go for help? You send an email to me at rob@podopolo, because we're real people. You're not just going to, we're all about an incredible customer experience, and that's for the listeners and the podcasters. So I think I know what it is. I'm kind of psychic. Would it be accurate to say that you might be with Buzzsprout? I'm just thinking that might be a possibility. What that means is that Buzzsprout, they mask their RSS feed, and that's what happens. And so if you reach out to me at rob@podopolo, I'll answer that email. If we need to get you on, you coming on the Podcaster Pro program, I'm here to serve. We'll get on a call and I'll guide you through it. But we are really committed to creating an incredible user experience, the listener, and then an incredibly even more experience for podcasters, which there really is no platform where you actually get to engage with the company. On Spotify or iTunes, you just sit there as a podcast. You don't do anything. It doesn't even breathe. It just sits there in a space of no opportunity for you to get found. With Podopolo and our AI-powered recommendation engine, this gets me excited. You're constantly being moved and grooved and put in front of other people. It's always moving. So it's a living, breathing organism that's pushing your content to people that didn't know that you existed. And our search engine is really powerful in that you can find stuff that you can't find in other search engines, because they're really limited to the just top podcasts. And we don't want to do that. We want to level the playing field for all podcasters and open the door for opportunity. And our core value at Podopolo is abundance. We believe that everyone should win. That's how we operate. That's how we hire, we fire. That's how we do partnerships. That's our commitment. Our core value is abundance. And we believe in that. I believe in that. I live for that. And we want to prove that to you. We're human. I drop the ball sometimes. I get overwhelmed. There's a lot of podcasters. They want stuff like in the middle of the night. I'm like, I sleep. I don't work on the weekends. Well, sometimes I do, but we are here to serve. So, the guy.
I do want to add in though, Rob, that you talked, as a testament, because I am a Buzzsprout podcaster, and I had issues at the beginning as well. Reached out to Rob directly, and he got me squared away very quickly. So it was very awesome. So we have another question here. And that is, what is the best way to get started using the platform?
The best way is just go ahead and send an email to me, rob@podopolo. I don't know if you have the link, but I can send. So the easy way, send it to me. I'll send you an email with the download links, and then also information on our Podcaster Pro. Set up a call with me, and boom, just like that. Like, it's really that easy. When you become a Podcaster Pro, it's opens the door to our analytics. It also opens the door to new features that are coming out. And we've got some really cool stuff coming out very, very soon. I was just looking at it the other day, and I'm like, oh, this is great. And I want to tell you something about that, is we made changes to our platform based on actual podcasters. We reached out to podcasters that I know, and we did some focus groups and said, what do you want? What do you like? What don't you like? And we spent a lot of resources from the company to make that happen. And we are podcasters. Melinda's a podcaster. I'm a podcaster. There's other people on the team that are podcasters. So we talk the same lingo. We're not just like a corporation that has no podcasters. We are podcasters, and I'm rigorous in that all of our podcasters are taken care of. And that's something that I'm really committed to.
Awesome. So we also, Rob, got somebody else too that says that they're on, but they're not sure of the next steps.
Okay, I don't know what that means. The best way is really, man, just send me an email. Like, just send me an email. We'll figure it out one way or the other. We have to get on a call, or I can answer. I can send you to our knowledge base. We're here to serve. Like, out of our abundance, the more we rise the tide, all the ships are going to rise, and podcasters are the ships. So, we need an army of people. We want to bring as many podcasters onto the platform as podcaster pros, because that's going to allow us to open up the ad network to start generating revenue for you podcasters. And we have a very unique way of doing that. So, it's a abundance mindset. It's raising the tide so all the ships rise, and that's kind of our jam at Podopolo.
I love it. So look, I put Rob's email at the bottom too. It's going across on the ticker there. So of course, reach out to him if you're having issues with getting into Podopolo or anything like that. I can tell you right now, he is very responsive. And I know he gets a lot of emails, but he is very responsive.
I've never gotten this many emails in a whole life. I've had my own company for decades, and I've never gotten that many emails. It's pretty incredible. But I do see one here. It's just a Facebook user, but please reach out to me. It says, I've got a podcast network of 65 shows. Would love to get my people on there. Absolutely. We've created an incredible network program. So reach out to me. It's part of our Podcaster Pro. It's free, but we're going to do all the heavy lifting for you with those 65 shows, because that's a lot of touch points and that's a lot of effort, but we've got it pretty streamlined. So reach out to me, Rob at Podopolo. If you put a name or something in there, I see as a Facebook user, I don't know who to look out for, but we just signed on a 100 show podcast network. It's a Pantheon, and they are amazing. They are all about music and culture, and they're on Podopolo, and we're so excited to have them. Such cool shows, like just a gamut of shows. There's one on Bruce Springsteen, and one of my favorites. It's just really good. So yeah, we're happy to have that. We're getting more and more networks into our platform, which is great. The power that we have to share with you, people that have networks, pretty slick. We just opened the door to a new feature that's going to be coming out, and for our network people, that we're going to make it really, really, really cool for you guys to be able to access some really neat features. So yeah, please do reach out to me.
Do you
I'm
want to
excited.
go into some details with that, Rob, or is that super top secret squirrel right now?
No, not super top secret. Just, one of the things is that, as a network, it's a little bit different in that how you manage things. So we're going to make it so it's really seamless and that you have access to all of your shows on there. I mean, we've been building around, because I keep bringing on these networks, and I'm like, this isn't working. This is friction, and I'm all about flow, man. I don't like friction, and I don't like people to experience friction. So, it's all about really listening, and that's one thing that we really do at Podopolo is listen to podcasters, and we listen to listeners too. It's kind of funny. My wife, when I first started in August, she likes true crime, and I just started a couple of days, and she goes, "Hey, tell them they need to add a new feature, because I listen to true crime and I like to listen serial wise. I want to listen from the bottom up, not the top down." I'm like, well, I just kind of started. Well, suggested it, and boom, boom. And that feature is now in. It's a lot of true crime people listen on Podopolo, and it's become their favorite app because we have a sleep timer built in. We have the ability to listen via serial, so you can listen from the bottom up if you want to listen to shows from the very beginning, which is important if you're a true crime listener. Other thing we have in there is a playlist. So you can pick podcasts and put them on a playlist and go for a jog or go for a ride or what have you, because we want to create an environment where listeners stay. And when listeners stay, they're going to listen to your shows. And when they listen to your shows, the advertisers are going to have an opportunity to generate ad sales. And then we're going to be able to share that revenue with you, the podcaster. And that just really lights me up, because podcasters don't have a whole lot of opportunity to monetize. Only 1% of podcasters have over 10,000 downloads. And if you don't have over 10,000 downloads, the advertiser is really not going to talk to you. However, with our platform, it's the right people listening to your show that we are going to sell the advertisers on because of our analytics and the data that we have. And that's what makes Podopolo really, really special, because a lot of a little bit of listeners is sometimes better than a little of a lot, and much easier. And it levels the playing field for smaller podcasters to win.
Yeah, I love that. It's so genuine, right? Because, one of the things that you guys focus on is that retention of the listener,
Yeah.
right? And you look at different things like, social media with YouTube and TikTok and all of that. And there's a lot of focus on the algorithm and how do we keep people connected to stay. So by doing it that way, keeping it in a manner that will retain listeners is huge for the advertisers for sure.
Yeah, well, it's huge for the podcasters as well. Some of the things that people don't really realize, the potential for advertising, it doesn't necessarily have to be inside your show. We have on-app ads. So, like, for example, say you're doing a show on Corvettes. Well, how cool would it be that on the screen when they're listening to your podcast, it just starts rap with Chevrolet? Or it might play just a video of Chevrolet. And that's monetizable. And that's a way for you to share revenue with Podopolo. And we do think outside the box. And there's a lot of ways to generate revenue for you, the podcaster. One of the things we're going to open up very soon is our paywall. That will allow you to sell premium content right inside the platform. So you have a guest or you have some additional content and they want to hit it. Well, guess what? Click that button. Boom. They pay. You make money. Podopolo makes a little bit of money. Everybody wins. And that's how we operate out of abundance.
That's fantastic. We got another question here from our listeners, and that is, do you have faith-based advertisers?
Absolutely. Faith-based podcasts work really well on our platform. They've done really well. And the one thing is that we are very, very careful and committed so that the right advertiser is around you. That's important. So, for example, one of the things on Podopolo is that our content is it's not censored. So what's on the platform is what's on the platform. So on iTunes and Spotify, they tend to suppress explicit content. You can't find it. We will have the ability, you'll be able to block it, and you can say no explicit content, or you're okay with that. And so what you want to listen to will be in front of you. What you don't want to listen to will not be in front of you. And we're ebbing and flowing and growing in that capacity, but spiritual and religious content does really well on the platform. And we have 6 million podcasts on the platform that we've ingested. Now, some of those are, one person that is a listener. It might be, the kid's mom. However, there is so much interesting content, and I devour this app all the time. Just type in any subject matter and look and see if there's a podcast, and you will be surprised because there is. There really is. I mean, sugar cookies. Look up sugar cookies. Look up, spearfishing, look up whatever. There are so many, and you really can't do that inside of other apps. And then y'all are podcasters, and I'm sure a lot of people have guests, right, Mike? They all have guests. So
absolutely.
If I can just talk really straight one-to-one, mano to mano to my fellow podcasters, how many times have you had someone who says, I'm an amazing guest. Oh my God. I am such an amazing guest. I've been on all these podcasts and I am amazing. Top quality microphone. And I'm amazing. Well, I don't know about you, but I have a certain criteria for my guests. One, they have to have a good microphone because it has to have good audio quality all the way around. Otherwise, they're going to not listen to the podcast. And number two, I don't want them doing the pitching all the time, or the the seeding all the time. I get it. You're selling something. Got it. We'll talk about the end of the show. I want them to add value. So what you can do inside the Podopolo app is you go to the search, you type in anybody's name, you click on the tab that says episodes, and it will show all the podcast episodes that they have been on. Very cool feature. Very cool feature. And you can then listen and you can
a good way for podcasters to screen a potential guest.
That's what I use it for. Yeah, exactly. And we were having a conversation the other day. We were talking about Steve Martin, and I'm like, God, we wanted to hear Steve Martin. So we wanted to hear about Steve. We were just in a Steve Martin mood. I love him. And we typed that in, and we got all the podcasts that he's been discussed on or has been on the app. And so that's kind of cool. Now, here's something that's really cool. Okay, you ready? You want the insight? Think of
I'm ready. Let's go.
Power. So we have all these analytics and all this data of all the shows we've ingested. So you can almost look like into the future as Podopolo being almost like a Reddit. Imagine if you could search, just imagine this for a moment, okay? You type in the search whatever you want. Say you want underwater basket weaving. How cool would it be? I'm just saying, this is a possibility. I'm not saying it's coming. Maybe. I don't know. But imagine you type in underwater basket weaving.
I like the word.
No, I'll make it easy. Say, for example, you want to hear Steve Martin, okay? Steve Martin, and you want Steve Martin. Well, how cool would it be? And you know the power of AI. If all of a sudden the magic of AI goes in, and then all of a sudden you not only have a list of the shows, but what if you had clips of particular things that were already selected for you by what you were searching for that you could then listen to and see if that's the path you wanted to go down? Just saying.
I would say that's pretty powerful, Rob.
The AI technology is moving so fast, and you see it around you, and I see it. And the neat thing about it is our command for AI is to make the user experience absolutely incredible. And one of the things I will tell you, we have, they always talk about the algorithm. We have something in our algorithm, and one of the things it looks for is high quality audio content. And we weight that heavier because we want our users to have an incredible experience. And a lot of podcasters don't pay much attention to the quality of audio. And if you think of podcasting this way, it's a very intimate medium. Majority of people listen on headphones, usually earbuds. So that's why conversations and podcasting is so important. But that is something that we weigh heavily for. Also, when you're a podcaster pro and you're in there and you've got your podcast claimed, grab clips of your show, because our algorithm heavily weights clips and we move those to other people. So not only are you getting the push from the general recommendation engine, but we weight it. If you have clips, we push that more. And that's really, really exciting. And it just gets better and better and better. So, yeah.
Absolutely. You've got a comment here too from Lisa. She said, "Thank you for having me on your show, Rob Actis. Much love."
Hi, Lisa. She's a great guest. You got to listen to her. She's on Life Transformation Radio. You can listen to it on Podopolo. You can find her. Just an incredible human being. And I was really thrilled to have her on the show. She's amazing, amazing. Great story and a great person. So hi, Lisa. Very nice to say hi to you.
Awesome. Fantastic. All right. Hey, does anybody else that's listening in have any more questions for Rob about Podopolo or anything that might be up and coming, or any questions at all? Well, feel free to put them in the chat.
Yeah, and while we're waiting for that, I'll just tell you. So here's the 60-second. So Podopolo is an incredible platform for listeners to listen to podcasts and engage with podcasters in ways they've never been able to do that before. And we want to create the most incredible listening experience for podcast listeners. And with that said, we want to create an opportunity for podcasters to amplify their message and their show. and put them in a position for monetization. And that's really the ultimate goal of Podopolo. We have our Podcaster Pro program, which is an early adopter special. It's currently free. We set you up. You get access to all the features, including the analytics. We don't take a credit card. It's such an easy lift. And we amplify. We just turn up the volume and push your content even more as a Podcaster Pro. So, I mean, there's no downside to that. Don't we all want more listeners? I certainly do.
Absolutely. And that comment there is also from Lisa. She's going to be scheduling more time this week to make more clips in Podopolo.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And the cool thing is pretty soon you'll be able to have those clips, and then you'll be able to share them on other social media platforms. That'll come with a soon to be released version of the app. And we're always updating the app. Very cool. I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry.
I can hear you.
muted
I can hear you.
I was saying that is so valuable, right? Because short form content is just where we are today, right?
Yeah.
The average mind span is or attention span is 8 seconds right now, is what people say. So, or what researchers have shown. So that's why you have so many popular or people getting popular because of TikTok and Instagram Reels and these short form content videos. So to be able to do that through Podopolo provides a lot of value to the podcasters out there, for sure.
I've seen listeners increase. I get emails from people like, Rob, I know you told me to do clips a month ago and I just did them. And oh my God, wow, thank you. So yeah, I'm not keeping anything. I'm sharing everything I got, all my secrets.
I love it. I love it. So, and that's one of the things that's been great about every guest that we've had on here. Nobody's sitting here gatekeeping. Everyone has been so open, especially you, Rob, and Melinda earlier too. Like, you guys with what you've built with Podopolo is just awesome. And I want to say thank you so much on behalf of Chris, Phil, and I with the Podcast Launch Academy and Agency. You guys have been amazing. And thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today. Please share with everybody that's listening where they could find you on social media. We already got your website. We got your email down there. Where can we find you on social media?
You can find me. It's Rob Actis on Facebook and Rob Actis on Instagram. So yeah, you can check it out. And, I really love podcasting, and I hope you guys will all reach out, because this is an incredible opportunity and we all want to amplify and monetize our podcasts. And this is it. We're handing it to you, and there you go. So, and you get me. I mean, that's kind of cool. You get me. So,
I love it. Awesome. You get Rob. He's full of energy.
There you go.
And he's a professional voice actor.
So mellow. I apologize.
And, oh yeah. You're so mellow. Look, if this is him mellow, imagine what it's like when he's energized.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
So, Rob, this has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us today and providing so much value and golden nuggets to everybody that's tuning in. We really appreciate it.
Yeah. Thanks for having me. And we love podcasting, and Mike, you guys are amazing. Phil and Chris, congratulations on putting together such an incredible event to really just drop some knowledge to podcasters and soon to be podcasters. So thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely, Rob. Hey, aloha from Hawaii. You take care, and we'll be talking again soon.
Absolutely. Thanks, Mike.
All right. Bye-bye. Okay. So that was amazing having Rob Actis from Podopolo on here, sharing some completely just invaluable information for everybody that's sitting here and listening. If you did not catch this live and you're listening to a repeat, then thank you so much for tuning in on the repeat. And thank everyone here for being live with us. This has been really fun. We are heading into the 2.5 hour mark that I've been on here, but 10.5 hours of this stream. So it's been absolutely phenomenal. And we are now going to welcome James Cridland from Podnews. Super excited to bring him in, and I'm going to bring him in now. So James, thank you so much for joining us. Did I say your name right?
Greetings. You did. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to make sure. So James, we are excited to have you here, and thank you so much for sharing this event to your newsletter and just helping us, grow this and being a great supporter of what we're doing here. So thank you so much for that.
Yeah. No, it's a very cool thing. I enjoyed Rob. I saw him at the podcast movement in Vegas. Where he was there, and every bit as high powered then as he was now. So yeah, really good to see him.
Awesome. Okay, so let's dive right into it. If you could,
Yeah.
give everybody a background of yourself real quick before we get started. Just tell us who you are
Yeah.
and what Podnews is all about.
Absolutely. So so I've been involved in radio for the last 30 years or so, rather scarily, and involved in podcasting right since the beginning. I wrote my first podcast RSS feed back in March of 2004. So really long time ago, but really pleased to be here. And one of the things that I've been doing for the last 5 years or so is writing a daily newsletter, which is called Podnews, which is free and available to you. You should come and grab it. It's a free newsletter that comes out every single day. That's all about podcasting and on demand. We look at all of the news that's going on in the world, and hopefully give you the information that you need to make your podcast a success.
Awesome. Hey, James, real quick, can you share your screen through Restream here? Otherwise, I have to leave the studio to make it pop up full screen for everybody.
Oh, can I share the screen separately?
Yeah, down on the bottom here, it says share screen right next to your camera button.
Possibly. Here we go. Let's give it a go. Let's see what happens. There's the share screen button. Let's see if that will do the trick. Oh, look, there you go.
Boom.
Excellent. Right. Well, there you go. There's the future. Is that all working for you?
Yes.
Excellent.
You are good to go on our end here.
Super good. Excellent. And thank you to Facebook user who said, love Podnews. Love you back, whoever you are. That's very kind of you. So I was asked to talk about podcast charts today. I've done quite a lot of look into podcast charts and how podcast charts work. And and so I thought I'd share how you can be the number one in the Apple podcast charts or in Spotify or anything else, but also how podcast stats work in any case. So we'll go through this, and if you've got questions, then obviously you can use the chat, and that would be a fine and a wonderful thing. Firstly, shall we have a quick look at the Apple podcast charts, because that's always fun. Everybody wants to know how the Apple podcast charts work. The first thing and the most important thing is that they are nothing to do with total downloads. Everybody assumes that they are something to do with total downloads, and they really aren't. And something just to bear in mind in terms of Apple's charts is, of course, that not all of us use Apple phones. I happen to have an Apple phone on my desk here that I was just playing with the Podopolo app, but my normal regular phone is a Google phone, is an Android phone. And as you can see from this, there are tons of people who are also using those types of phones in different countries as well. So you just need to bear that in mind when you're looking at Apple charts, and just also need to bear in mind that actually different people use different apps too. In the UK, apparently the most popular podcast app is the BBC Sounds app. Here in Australia, number 4 is the ABC app, and so on and so forth. So lots of different ways of listening to podcasts, and that's one of the exciting things about podcasts, is that it's so open. Also, when you have a look at different apps, it's always worthwhile bearing in mind that you may have been told that Spotify is number 1 for podcasts, and they're number 1 in terms of audience. Yes, they're number 1 in terms of people who say that they use Spotify. And that's a fine and dandy thing. You can see here some data that PodTrack shared with us earlier on in the year. Apple has around a quarter of all listeners, and Spotify has around a third of all listeners. And that's lovely, but that doesn't translate to downloads, because when you start having a look at downloads, it's a much more different picture. Apple is very much in the lead in terms of total downloads. Spotify, nowhere near as high. So just bear that in mind when you're looking at total download figures from your statistics and everything else. And this is data, for example, from Czech Radio, showing the rise of Spotify there. Spotify's done very well in the Czech Republic, but Apple Podcasts still doing quite well there too. So it's all very, very different. But to come back to the Apple Podcast Charts thing, we actually know how Apple Podcast Charts works because I saw the patent. And this was a good story that I broke a couple of years ago, where we found the actual patent and the actual information right here about how the thing works. The thing basically works in terms of, and if you're interested, by the way, you can also have a look at the very exciting mathematical equation on how the whole thing works as well. But basically, how the thing works is it is all to do with the recent subscriptions and how all of that bit works. So the more subscriptions that you have, or follows, as Apple calls them these days, the more follows that you have, the higher you will appear in the Apple Podcast charts. But it's only recent follows. So you can see it's based on their recency here. We asked Apple, how do the Apple Podcast charts work? And they told us, they said it's a mix of new follows, playback activity, and completion rate. And I can tell you it is mostly new follows. There's a little bit of playback activity in there as well, but it's mostly new follows. So if you want to be number one in Apple, it's actually super simple to be number one in Apple. The first thing is to really focus when you launch or when you promote a new season or whatever it is that you're actually doing. Really concentrate that over one day if you can manage that, so that you really push all of those new follows into one place. And secondly, if you want to be number one in the Apple Podcast charts, then don't promote yourself on Spotify or on YouTube or on any other platform, because none of that is going to help you be number one in terms of the Apple Podcast charts. So really focus on the Apple Podcasts app if you want to be number one in the Apple Podcast charts. There is a great way for you to get promotion from Apple, and that's the URL that you can see on your screen, apple.co/podcasts promo request. That will get you to the right place on the Apple Podcasts website to actually tell you how you can get promotion in the new and noteworthy, which many podcasters say is a really good thing. So worthwhile taking a quick peek at that too. But that is the foolproof way of being number one in Apple. I mean, of course, you can also game the system by using some dreadful services that are out there that people will actually help you with. But it's pretty obvious when you are gaming the system, and you probably don't want to be taken off Apple. So that might be a bad thing. So that's the Apple Podcast charts. There's also the Spotify Podcast charts, and they work in a similar way in that they are nothing to do with total downloads. Once more, Spotify tell us that it's based, again, on rising newcomers and stuff like that, as well as shows that people have been listening to for some time. You will see Joe Rogan probably number one in terms of Spotify almost all the time, and I think that does show that total plays have more of an effect in this chart, but also there's other stuff in there as well in terms of follower counts and recent unique listeners that Spotify bears in mind as well. But there's a bunch of other charts, and I think the other charts are actually almost, sometimes more useful. So let's take a quick canter through those and see what they are. One of them is the Edison Research Podcast Metrics data. And this is really interesting. They talk to more than 10,000 podcast listeners over a 6-month period, finding out what podcasts they're listening to, and then they compile this chart and various other things as well. It's a US only thing, and why not? And it's got nothing to do with total downloads. It's literally talking to people and asking them what they're listening to. Podcast Addict, a popular podcast app, has its own charts as well. I asked Xavier how he puts those together, and it's based on the number of episodes listened to, if they've been listened to all the way through, which is a different way of doing it and possibly a better way of doing it. So the Podcast Addict's charts that you'll find within the app will actually work in that way as well. You've probably seen as well PodTrack that has a ton of data about podcasts on there. You can get into the PodTrack list. There's data on the PodTrack website to help you do that. And it's just a case of adding a prefix into your podcast hosting company, and they will help you do that if it's not immediately obvious. And the way that PodTrack works is that they can actually see every time your podcast has been asked for. They are IAB certified, and we'll go on to what that means in a little bit. Having said that, it does skew towards daily shows, because this is very much unique monthly audience. And obviously, if you do a daily show, you're more likely to get a higher audience than you are if you do a weekly show. So you can see an awful lot of daily shows in this chart. And of course, it's only participating publishers as well. But the PodTrack charts are pretty interesting to have a peek at, and they will give you data for your own podcast as well, if you want that. There's other stuff as well in other countries. Where's this one? This one's in France. Médiamétrie is one of two in France, and that again looks at request data, which is all magnifique, as they would say. There's also Trident Digital that put together their own rankers. Tridents are interesting in that they actually look at the log files of every single podcast which is in this list. So they are working out the data identically, but looking at the actual log files, the server log files, which is an interesting way of doing it. You can see all of these charts at tritonrankers.com. This is the Australian podcast ranker, which only came out today. So we've got a brand new number one of Casefile, which is a thrill and an excitement. And Hamish and Andy falling to number two. You can expect to read that in the next edition of Podnews tomorrow morning, I would have thought. But there we are. Always worth a peek at that as well. Podindex is another equivalent ranker, which is in Sweden. And again, it's participating publishers only, and is a very interesting thing. The one that I will point you to, though, is really interesting service, which is free and open to everybody. It's called OP3. These are my stats for my own podcast that they will organize for me, but they publish them to make them available for everybody. And it works in exactly the same way as PodTrack and other prefix analytics companies. It's a nice man called John who lives in Dallas who does all of this, but it's really cool data. And really interesting to be able to look at what other podcasts are doing in terms of total downloads, because up until now, we've not really had the chance of doing that. I can ask other people what they are doing in terms of downloads, and they can tell me a number, but I have no real way of believing that or not. So that's not particularly helpful. With OP3, you can actually have a look at other people's download data. Now, what they haven't done yet is they haven't published a full directory of people using OP3. So I thought I would. The sister publication that I look after, Podcast Business Journal, has some data which you can go and take a peek at. It's all completely free. And one of those bits of data is everybody that is using the OP3 open analytics service. So you can actually take a peek at all of that and actually see if you are, in the business category, for example. You can actually see what other business podcasts are doing. So really interesting and really useful data that you can actually see there. I mentioned IAB certification a little bit earlier ago, so it's probably worthwhile just having a quick think about what the IAB actually does and how the IAB works. What the IAB is, it's the Interactive Advertising Bureau. I believe it used to be called the Internet Advertising Bureau, but they've changed their mind on that recently. But they specify that a download is this. It's at least 60 seconds worth of audio. It's either streamed or downloaded. It doesn't matter. It's downloaded or streamed by something that isn't a robot. so they can work out whether or not it's a robot or not, and 1 unique download per day. So if you were to sit there and download the same episode 20 times, doesn't matter, you will be spotted, and that will just come down to 1 download a day. That's what a certified download is, according to the IAB. And whenever you're looking at stats and data, then you should always make sure that you're looking at stats and data from the point of view of IAB certified data, because they're all theoretically worked out much the same sort of way. That said, the best place to get your download data is your podcast host, because they have everything. They have all of the information from all of your different places that get your podcast and download and use your podcast, because, of course, they're going to know all of that kind of information. But there are other things other than downloads, which are useful to have a look at in terms of how your podcasts are working. You can also work out total listeners, perhaps. It's a bit of a rough estimate, but you can work that kind of information out. You can also work out total plays, although just bear in mind that there are quite a lot of podcasts that are downloaded that are never played, particularly if you're having a look at Apple Podcasts, which automatically downloads shows when you subscribe to them. I have done quite a lot of research in terms of podcast plays and in terms of downloads to work out how many podcasts are never actually played. And I reckon that that's 13% at the moment. 13% of all podcast downloads are never listened to. So just bear that in mind. There are a ton of other bits of data that you can also get from your own these services, Apple Podcasts, Google, Spotify, and YouTube, because they all have stats in there as well. Apple has a really cool bit of data here, which you can see for your own podcast, and it actually ends up showing how many people are listening to your show, but also where they are leaving your show or where they are fast forwarding. This is for one of my episodes here quite some time ago by the looks of things. If it's episode 1002, that was probably last year. But anyway, what this shows is that most people got to the end, and that's a lovely thing. But if it was a longer show, if it was longer than 3 minutes long, you would be able to see the bits where people have fast forwarded through. And that's a fascinating piece of information that you can go and grab from the Apple Podcasts Connect information. Just hit that button that says Analytics at the top, and it'll show you all kinds of information. Of course, it's only for Apple Podcasts, but nevertheless, Apple Podcasts is the biggest podcast app out there, quite possibly. And so therefore, there's quite a lot of data in there. Spotify will also give you data. And the data that Spotify gives you, if you log on to the Spotify for Podcasters portal, is it will give you demographics. So it will show you whether or not your listeners are boys or girls. It will also give you age and age range, stuff like that, which is really handy. And also it'll show you what kind of artists they like listening to. So in this particular case, you can see that the listeners to the Podnews Daily are listening to Taylor Swift and to Kanye West, oh dear, and to David Bowie. So that's nice. So tons of fun information there from the Spotify for Podcasters dashboard, which you can find out more information on. So how do you get to be number one in any podcast chart is probably the question that you would like answering. The one thing I would say is that I've already shown you a bunch of different podcast charts. I would also point out that in lots of different countries across the world, people are using different podcast apps. There's a bunch of them, whether it's Ivoox for Spanish language podcasts, whether it's JioSaavn and Ghana in places like India. That's Liju, the one that looks like a strawberry, which is in China. And there's various other different podcast apps as well there. So that's one thing to bear in mind, that actually lots of people will be using very different apps to Apple or to Spotify. So, and it might be easier to get to the top of some of these podcast charts given that they are going to be quite different people who are using them. Another thing to bear in mind is your podcast name. Getting your podcast name right is probably a good plan. A few things that I would say is try and avoid, real talk. There are 1,719 podcasts called Real Talk. You probably don't want to be called Real Talk. It might be quite difficult to find you. So I would avoid that for a start. Secondly, I would suggest that you use something which is in a dictionary, because that's important. So calling things clever things like, podutainment or that sort of thing, yeah, they're fun. But you try asking a smart speaker for that, and it's not going to work particularly well. So use a proper title rather than just a made-up word is probably a good plan. Thirdly, make sure that it's unique. There are 125 shows called Daniel's Show, one of my favorite stats of all time. Well done, Daniel. All 125 of you. So make sure that you don't have the same name as everybody else. Is probably a plan. And don't use the word podcast in the title. 705,000 podcasts, the last time I did this data, have the word podcast in them. Why not? Because A, we know it's a podcast. We're using a podcast app to listen. All right. But also B, when you start searching for something with the word podcast in it, then the search engine results, whether it's Google, whether it's Spotify, particularly if it's Spotify, will return you every single podcast with the word podcast in the title. So all of a sudden, you've made your podcasts 705,000 times harder to find if you've used the word podcast in the title. So get rid of the word podcast from the title of your podcast. By all means, if you're posting about it elsewhere, call it the so-and-so, the Real Talk podcast. Don't call it Real Talk. But don't call it the Real Talk podcast in all of the directories, because that would be a big mistake. Also, make sure that it's easily searchable. I mean, I've just been talking about searching, but using a clear podcast title and a clear episode title are really important. Most podcast apps, Podopolo is a special and super good one, but most podcast apps will only search the podcast title and the episode title. I've done an awful lot of work there, which I think that QR code goes to, which really helps you understand that you basically need to make sure that your episode title is really good. So if you call your episode title episode 212, then that's not going to be very helpful, is it, for people finding your particular show? So make sure that you have a great episode title to help, and also use clear artwork that's really easily recognizable. Consistent colors, consistent artwork is a really good thing. Human beings like pictures of human beings, we're always told as well. So that's something else to bear in mind in terms of your artwork. Try not to put microphones in your artwork as well. That's tedious and dull. Nobody wants that. And have a clear description as well. Eric Newsom, who has written a really good book, which is called Make Noise, which is well worth a read. One of his things is you should be able to describe what your podcast is in 10 words or less. And if you can, then add that to the beginning of your podcast, so that as soon as someone hears your podcast, they know what your podcast is about. Stick it on your website, stick it in your podcast description, all of that kind of stuff. That's massively important to just make sure that you can describe what your podcast is in 10 words. It'll really help in elevators as well. If somebody asks you what your podcast is about, and you've only got 10 seconds. Secondly, it's your best shot at getting a new listener, because podcast descriptions are really good to help market your show as well. So make sure that you do that. Make sure that you use trailers and all that kind of stuff as well in your podcast feed as well. And also tell the media about it. I am the media, so therefore I can tell you the best way of doing that. Send us an email. That's a great way to start doing that. Resist the temptation to send me a direct message on Twitter, which I barely use anymore, or LinkedIn or any of that. Send us an email. Tell us why it's newsworthy with a really simple PDF, with a nice big picture of a human being. Remember what I said earlier about human beings being good, Tell us how to pronounce stuff. That's always good if there's a podcast version to go. And send links as well to everything that a journalist needs as well. Tell the world about it with a link to a website and promote it that way. One of the things that I do an awful lot in the Podnews newsletter is I have a podcast ads around podcast ads in the wild, it's called, and it's advertising for podcasting that isn't online. It's just advertising for podcasting all over the place on banners. And we had one of those planes that flies across, hauling a banner after it, which was a clever way of advertising a podcast. And beer mats and stickers in men's urinals. That was an interesting ploy. All of that type of thing. You can get some really good ideas of just stepping outside in there as well. And QR codes are always a good thing. And finally, of course, make great content. Make stuff that people want to hear, because at the end of the day, great content will always win. So that's my time pretty well up. If there are questions, then of course, would love to have those in the chat window. Would be a good thing. And if not, then you can see my personal email down there, james@crid.land, as well as more information about how to get in touch with us. But thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, James, that was fantastic. I didn't even have to jump in at all or anything. Just great, valuable data that you provided us.
I thought I'd give you a nice break. After 2.5 hours, I guess you could do with it.
I appreciate that, because for those of us that are sitting here watching, and now me, I was a viewer of that presentation, and I could tell you, just being able to look at the data, look at the numbers, look at these charts, look at how this got there. That is just a great thing, a great visual for a podcaster to have a better understanding of how the charts work and all of that. Actually, we've got a great comment here too. Misty Phillips said that was excellent, James.
Thank
and
you,
I am with her wholeheartedly on that. That was fantastic.
Well, very much enjoyable. Okay. And please, getting the Podnews newsletter is the best way to keep up to date with all of the information on that. So podnews.net, and it's free too. So I would highly recommend that. Of course I would, wouldn't I?
Again, my favorite price, free.
Yes.
I absolutely love that. So hey, everybody, go check out podnews.net, go subscribe to their newsletter. Lots of great information from them coming on. James, that presentation was phenomenal. Thank you so much. There was emojis popping up in the chat of people being mind blown, right? Just to be able to see some of that data. See, even Chris is hopping in right now.
There you go.
To speak on that. So
thank you so much, James, for just sharing so much. Like I've just woken up from a nap because I started the event right at the start. I think it was like 11 hours ago. But yeah, thank you for sharing. I'm definitely going to watch the replay on everything you shared. And I loved what you covered about the names. And my podcast is stupidly called Talking with Experts Podcast. So I'm going to remove.
Excellent.
I'm going to remove podcast, and I'm going to.
Yes.
I'm going to
That's a good
use
start there.
that particular slide to help others that are starting a podcast. And
and also use your name in there. So talking with experts, with Chris Cowden, whatever it might be, using your name in there is a really simple way of making sure that it's easier for people to find your show. So good. That's a good tip.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll say that I feel vindicated, because when I created my podcast, I named it Average Joe Finances, and I right off the bat said, I'm not going to call it Average Joe Finances Podcast, because if people are looking for it, obviously they're looking on a podcast platform. So I feel vindicated, James. So thank you so much for that.
Great pleasure. Have a good rest of show. This is really enjoyable. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you again so much for joining us, James.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, so that was phenomenal. And now Chris has awoken from his slumber, although I don't think he slumbered at all. And he's back with us here. So, Chris, I have to say this has been an absolute treat for the 3 hours that I've been able to host this. So thank you so much for that. But here we are in the 11th hour. I always wanted to say that, right? Here we are in the 11th hour of this 12-hour stream. And it's just been absolutely phenomenal. And I know we're going to have the honor of bringing on, some of the different graduates of the accelerator. So I'm excited to welcome them in. And right now, we're going to go ahead and bring in Lisa, who has been absolutely amazing in, with some of the stuff she's been putting in the chat. As people were sharing websites, she's typing them in the chat, so I'm able to share them up real quick. So you've made my job here as a host so much easier because I don't have to sit here and type it up and then share it to the screen. I just share your comment. So thank you so much for that. Of
course. It's all about helping out the community.
So Lisa, thank you for joining. Tell people what the name of your podcast is, and we can go into the conversation.
And thank you for helping me launch the podcast. The podcast is called The Lessons from the Core. It is also the same title of a chapter that I wrote in a book, a co-authored book. So that's where the title came from. And it's a really great place where people can share their life lessons, their red flag moments, and places where they learned either through business lessons or life lessons, and just to share that so other entrepreneurs, creatives.
Awesome.
And it was such a blast launching it with you and the whole community, and this a whole 12 hours has been fantastic, so congrats.
What I've loved about working with you, Lisa, is that we met at AppSumo, and this event is sponsored by AppSumo, so we've come full circle once, twice, and a couple of times, and I've just loved working with you since 2021.
Yes, it's been amazing, and you're right. And again, from you helping and being in that helping role with helping to launch something on AppSumo, and then it's right up your alley, just being able to give people that blueprint step by step, and it makes it so easy for us. Hi, Chris, my classmate.
Hi. Hey, Lisa. Hey, guys.
Hey.
So we've got Lisa in Ottawa, Canada, Kat in Hawaii, or are you somewhere else now? You're still in Hawaii, and then we've got Chris all the way
Kat,
in
you're
the
out
Philippines.
here in Hawaii?
I am. I'm in Honolulu.
What? Oh yeah, I'm in Eva Beach.
Look at that.
That's awesome. We definitely need to get connected.
Yes, because it's so rare.
Right. Okay, look at this. Look at Chris. Even when you're not trying to, look at the connections you're making here, right?
Yeah, this is
fantastic. This is the reason why you're the expert whisperer.
Right? How long would it take for you two to travel to meet each other physically?
He's on the west side, so with no traffic, maybe 30, 40 minutes.
25. I would say 25 minutes. No traffic. With traffic, a day.
Yeah.
Well, definitely meet up tomorrow. Or over
the I know for this segment here, you guys are going to share your podcast. You're going to share, what this new life as a podcaster has, the different benefits that it's brought to your lives, and then things people should know before starting a podcast from your own personal lessons learned. So Lisa, you kind of described your podcast a little bit. If we could have also Kat go next, and then Chris, share what your podcast is about, and then we'll go into how it's changed your lives and lessons learned that you can share with people that might be starting a podcast soon.
Yeah, sure. I'll jump right in. So I am Kat Andrews. I am the host of the E-Hack Her Health podcast, which looks at helping women basically kind of utilize digital, but as well as community resources to improve or hack, but more so improve their health. So that actually came about from a grad school project several years ago. And over the last several years, particularly here in Hawaii, when I get called a resource plug. So I pull up a lot of things related to health, from how to go to the gym for free. And like, I just got my gym membership reimbursed to me. So I do a lot of health hacks basically on myself. And my doctor was like, you should do a podcast. And then like someone else, like people would just say you should do a blog or a podcast. And then finally one day I was like, I think I'm going to do it. But it had been something I'd been wanting to do for years. And I was just kind of hemming and hawing about it. And then I decided, funny enough, to go to AppSumo. I'm a huge AppSumo fan. And I was like, let me just find like a book or something, or like something real quick. And I actually came across Chris's, like, he had a PDF that was on there. And lo and behold, there was a link that was like, hey, do you want to talk to me? And I was like, you know what? I'm going to see if this link works. It kind of went from there. And then I joined the Podcast Academy, like really, like I was a last minute ad. I think it was like launching the next day. And I was like, yo, can I get into this class? Because I knew I knew in terms of kind of doing the podcast, because of my own like 9 to 5, I am a community employment coordinator. So when it comes to wanting to launch something, whether it's, you know, a new career or reviving an old one, you need help. And so I was like, I need help on this. I need actual guidance to establish a foundation. And I think that's what's really important about starting a podcast. And I'm so glad I did this, because you can, reading like the, you know, books, podcasts for dummies and all that, it still doesn't prepare you for understanding like how to get into like the different platforms that you may need, and understanding like how to target your niche audience, and then really feeling like your actual topic, and knowing that what you're passionate about may be completely different from what you're actually a specialist in, right? If you can speak on it with passion, I think is where kind of getting over that imposter syndrome of thinking that you need to be an actual expert on it, when, you know, you can just talk to people. I finally got I was terrified of actually interviewing people. I thought, nah, I'll just research it. That's what I do. But then when I started talking to people, I was like, oh, this is amazing. This is so much better that I can just talk to people and have them have a platform to share this information, because that is a form of research, is having other people come on and share their knowledge, and that knowledge goes out further to, you know, wherever the audience is. And I think that is really key. Those are some key takeaways that I found. And since I've done this, I have found that like my own self-esteem, which I feel like is pretty good, but like being now able to know that like every Sunday I have a podcast, like I have an episode that's going to launch, it keeps me excited. It keeps me motivated to want to learn more and figure out more about like marketing and more of the business side, which I never really thought of with podcasting, but realizing that it is truly a business, and to treat it as such. So that is probably one of the biggest things that has changed in my mindset in terms of since I've launched.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. All right, Chris, over to you.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Chris. I'm the host of the Mental Arsenal podcast. So I am a mindset and business coach for freelancers and solopreneurs. And, you know, based on the name of the podcast, so my podcast focus a lot on the inner game. So it's about like mindset stuff. So we talk about things like NLP, talk about a bunch of healing modalities like emotional freedom technique, thought field therapy, and a lot of coaching. So I also, just like Kat, had this idea of like doing a podcast because the format kind of like made sense for me. I tried doing stuff on video, but it's always been a struggle in terms of like the production, the pre and post, and the podcast like seemed like it was very doable because, you know, the editing is so much easier and faster. And so it really appealed to me. But, you know, there's this like roadblock in terms of like implementation. Like I didn't know what to do. And just like any neophyte, like any newbie, there's this tendency to like hoard information and buy, you know, courses and books and try to understand all you can before making that jump. And I never really implemented anything from the stuff that I've accumulated until I got into Chris's challenge, which has now has grown into an accelerator, and he has really helped me launch my podcast. I think the biggest challenge that I will I would like to share to anyone who wants to start a podcast is, that's the keyword. It's the start. It's really just that getting started. It's getting that podcast off the ground, and also looking at podcasting as a skill and giving yourself that grace, really, of allowing yourself to be a beginner. I think for a lot of us, we tend to have this perfectionistic mindset. And I think Kat mentioned having that imposter syndrome, which is all just, this umbrella statement of us not feeling good enough, us not having enough experience, us being too young or too old, or not having the right skills. So we need to get over that, and we need to shift the spotlight from us to the people who we want to serve. And when we really make that shift in, not making it about ourselves and making it about the people who we can help, the lives that we can touch through the message that we share in our podcasts, I think it just gets us over that hurdle, that mental hurdle of like being too anxious and nervous to put ourselves out there. I think that's one of the biggest thing that I've encountered myself. And, as a mindset coach, I also see this in solopreneurs and entrepreneurs, like that, that they have this fear of putting themselves out there. Like it really can feel terrifying to just bare yourself to the world and share your truth. But when you start, when you get things off the ground, like when you tip that inertia, you gain momentum. And just like Kat shared earlier too, like having this kind of like excitement and having something to look forward to, you get this like sense of purpose to your day or to your week. And it really is so much fun. And, that's not to overlook the challenges that you'll have, during a podcast launch, and even during as you grow your podcast. Like there will be struggles and challenges, but I think that's like baked into the process of being a podcaster. So it's really also just about enjoying the process, trying to make it as fun as possible, and try to really connect it. And I love the keyword that Kat used, because I'm also a big proponent on that. Like if you're passionate about a subject, the design of the universe, and I know that sounds woo-woo for some people, but it's expansion. Like if we're very passionate about a subject, like we always feel an internal pull to share it with the world. And when we deny ourselves that impulse, we feel very frustrated and we feel like we're not doing enough. And I feel like podcasting is such a great platform to get your message out there and to be of service, really, to humanity. So I guess those are top of mind tips that I would give to like beginner podcasters. And one last thing really is give yourself grace. Like if something's not perfect, if you miss to publish on, a week or two, just like get back, on the wagon and, forgive yourself for those mishaps, learn from those mistakes. And, nothing really truly is a failure as long as you see it as feedback. And yeah, just have fun.
Absolutely love that. It's amazing when you look at from the time that you start a podcast and after you get into it for a little while, you get into that groove and you get a good understanding of how to do it. You look back, you take a look back and you look at where you came from and look at where you are today. And you're like, wow, I've really accomplished a lot when it comes to this podcast. I know for me personally, it's that way. I go and look at some of my first couple episodes and say, who the heck was that guy? And he was a terrible interviewer. And I look at my stuff today and I'm just like, I kind of know what I'm doing now. And it's pretty cool. So to hear your side of that, like, and how you're describing that is just phenomenal. So thank you so much for sharing that. Now, Chris, and I'm glad you're here because you were able to work directly with all three, with Lisa, Kat, and Chris. And, what are some things that you've noticed, at least from a growth perspective, that they've had since joining the accelerator?
Yeah. So thank you for sharing so passionately about your podcast. And it's rewarding for me to be here and hear everybody. And I know you've already kind of shared your excitement and feedback in our inner circle conversations. What has been great to see is that you work together. You're guesting on each other's podcasts, and we're making some of you are accountability partners, and I love what we've created in our close knit community. You share inside the group, and it warms my heart daily, and I'm excited for more people joining the accelerator to get that same build those really strong bonds. I've loved that, and what I've loved the most is that you have given me grace. I haven't been very well since October, coming back from the US, and you've given me lots of grace there, and forgiveness for cancelling a training session. You've supported me more than I ever thought you would support me. So can you tell me again what the question was, Mike? Because I wanted to get that off my chest.
No, I appreciate that. So Chris, I was asking you, since you were there at the beginning with them, right, when they joined the accelerator, to just kind of describe some of the growth that you've seen from your students.
Yeah, of course. One big thing that I've seen in everybody that's come through so far is a confidence shift. And I think what has happened is everybody committed to launching a podcast, and the commitment has been 100% for everybody that has come through. And once everybody's committed, all three of you and all the others, I have seen a massive confidence shift, and you've taken the process of launching a podcast seriously. And it's been I got a bit of feedback then, but you've taken it seriously. You've taken all these notes and you've just committed to it. And yes, it's been difficult in parts. It's been tedious, or it's been hard to set up some of the automations, or you've got lost in editing. We've always been there to support you. And yeah, I've just seen a massive confidence shift. That's one big thing. What else have I seen? I'm a master of networking and collaboration, as you know. That's why I'm called the Expert Whisperer. But I've seen it. I've seen you adopt my love for connecting, and you've also connected with different people. And now we're collaborating with leveraging each other's network to support each other in the community. So I'm loving that too. Yeah.
Awesome. So I want to ask the three students here, or graduates, I should say. And actually, first, before I ask anything, I just want to congratulate all three of you for, not only taking the commitment, but actually executing and, doing what you said you were going to do and launching your podcast. I mean, that right there is a huge step for anybody. We've got somebody that committed today. So really excited to see what happens there and go through the process with Donna. So she'll be joining us in the VIP circle here soon as well. So I'm going to go in the order that you guys are on my screen. So I'll go with you first, Lisa. And I want to ask you, what is the biggest challenge? Excuse me. Been doing this for a little while now, so I'm starting to lose my voice. But what has been the biggest challenge you've faced since launching your podcast?
I would say the biggest challenge was just being nervous to tackle the editing. Right? That was definitely a hurdle, like thinking that because I hadn't done a podcast before, but had done some like vlogging and definitely didn't edit anything. So that part I knew I would be facing would be a new challenge. But luckily, with all of the tools that Chris shares so readily, I was able to use some really easy to use and easy to learn tools. So for the editing with the audio, something like Audacity has been really helpful. You guys had on Cast Magic. That's been absolutely amazing for like show notes and stuff like that to make. Saves me a lot of time that way. But yeah, it was definitely the editing. And then my other challenge is always, so I've taught Pilates for almost 23 years. I've owned my own business that whole time. I'm definitely a shiny object person. So one of my challenges was, I wanted to get ahead of things and do the great batch style and get, several things lined up. But there were times that I get my shiny object and want to like launch another product or so it's all good. Like everything's flowing and running behind the scenes, but it's interesting how, certain things about our personality when you're learning something new are going to be there. So that was a challenge, but something that was completely doable. You see the energy here and the synergy with Chris's community, and it's always so easy to ask questions and get support. And as you said before, like be guests on each other's podcasts and collaborate. So it's been amazing that way.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. So, Kat, I want to ask you a different question. So, Lisa explained to us her biggest challenge. I'd like to ask you, what has been the biggest success that you've had since starting your podcast?
Other than actually starting, because that actually was a big one, like hitting, like actually uploading and being like, it's gonna go live on this day. And I joke, but that was really a hindrance for me of, am I actually going to launch this? And so when I launched, and I wasn't sure who to tell or what to do, and then posting about it. But I think one of the biggest successes, and it's a story I've kind of told a couple people, and it's kind of helped me change, not so much change, but giving me thought about how I want to go forward with the podcast was, I sent it out to friends and family and, hey, I've launched my podcast, I'd love some feedback. And the first person I got feedback from was a guy. My very first episode was basically Women's Health 101. It was like, here's what you need to know about women's health. Like, yeah, there's some tech stuff, but let's just start with the basics. And the first story I got back was from a guy who is a caregiver for his mom. And so to get that feedback where he was like, I really loved your podcast. I love the music, which I'm really thankful about, because that's another success, right? I actually enjoy the editing. So I was really pumped about all this behind the scenes stuff. But once I launched, I was like, who's going to listen? So to hear him say like, yeah, some of the stuff, he liked the music, he said, but the information, because he has an older mom and he's more worried about the cognitive decline, which is why he's a caregiver, that he didn't think about things like the mammograms and the pap smears and all this stuff that I talk about. And I happened to go with that episode through each phase, right? In terms of teenage, childbearing, and then menopause. And he said it really gave him food for thought to think about, like, wow, I really got to get in there. And he made this point of saying, like, women's issues are now my issues, because I really have to focus on this for my mom. And I thought, I didn't think of really having guys as my audience. Like, I say that, like, of course, if you are, obviously a father of girls, if you care about women, right? Aunts, cousins, grandmas, this podcast is for you. But my focus was on women, and to get that feedback was so great, because it made me realize that while my focus is on women, that it does cross over into having anyone who actually cares about something that is happening, in this case to your mother or your daughter, that the information can be received and understood, even if it's not about your body, that you can still understand and share it with, in this case, his mother, or he happens to have 3 sisters too. So he's like, I get it, and I'm really excited about it. And I think that's something that's always going to stick with me, because I was so nervous about that first episode and who's going to listen. Like, my friends might listen, but they're going to be nice. But to get this from someone who was like a colleague was like, oh, wow. I just kind of sent it out, like, blasted. Hey, everybody listen. So that definitely was kind of a, cherry on top of the sundae to get that feedback.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. Okay. And Chris, I actually have a different question for you. So we've learned about what Lisa's challenge was. We learned about Kat's success. I want to ask you, what's been the biggest opportunity that's presented itself from you since you started your podcast?
Well, I guess part of doing the launch is putting yourself out there. And, when it comes to having a business online, like, it's important that people hear about you. no matter how great our business can be and how great our products and services and offers are, if people don't know about us, then we're not going to get any of those leads and conversions to sales and customers and fans. So for me, it's really just one part of the podcast launch where I got to connect with experts. I used to think before that it was such an intimidating task of like reaching out, the outreach part of forming these connections and getting people on to interview for the show. But surprisingly, when I started doing that, when I put myself out there, when I used the matchmaker platform that Chris recommended, it's just like all of these experts just flocked in and they were like, hey, they want to get on the show. And it's been so much fun. So I guess that's a primary opportunity. And I guess also just learning more, really. I think having other people, especially experts as sounding boards, having these conversations, I think is really great. And I think a keyword that I would use is just growth, is an opportunity for both personal and professional growth. I think baked into the whole process is you developing your self-esteem, having that change in identity. I have a bunch of people in my circle here who would introduce me like, hey, he has a podcast. So I'm like a podcaster now all of a sudden. Having that and really embracing that identity and behaving in ways that align with that new identity. I think that's and also in terms of, well, professionally, getting more leads, getting people to go to that lead magnet, nurturing them through an email list. And I think learning more about the customers too. I think Kat said something really nice. Like your market just evolves. Like you don't even know that you are appealing to these people. Like for me, I think my primary demographic originally was for men, but then I realized that a lot of women listen to the podcast. So that's one area of opportunity too, to learn that segment of the market. So I think for me, like this started out as a passion project. So it's nice to also be thinking about like it in terms of opportunities. So it's really just a matter of learning in the process and seeing where things go. But I think the biggest thing really is the network, the relationships. I think like beyond all like the sales that you get, if you strategize the whole thing, like that network, I think is so powerful and it's also very easy to overlook and underestimate the power of like collaborations and working with other people. And it's just really nice, really, having this community group of people, working with you, even working with Chris in the community, just having that support and, knowing that you're with a group of people who share the same struggles, the same challenges, and, the same concerns, and knowing that, they share the same things that you're going through. I think it's very comforting, and it's nice to always have a group of people who are able to cheer you on and root for you. I think it's so powerful. I think that element of what Chris offers, and plus his like very generous, his generosity, he's so generous with like his expertise and everything. Really, he just shares everything, which I really love about him. And yeah, it's very life-changing. You just have to get on the ride and just enjoy the process and make friends, and it really is fun if you make it so.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. So to all three of you, thank you so much for your answers. They were all phenomenal. And you guys are all doing fantastic things. So we are coming up on time, but what I would love to do really quick is all three of you, we'll go in order again. We'll go Lisa, Kat, Chris, but if you could just share, I know it's already been shared in the chat, but share where people can listen to your podcast and where people can find you.
Definitely. So again, I'm at Lisa Cara, and the podcast is called Lessons from the Core. So you can follow that over on Podopolo or on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you listen to your podcasts, and message me, reach out to me. I'm happy to get in touch with whoever is out there. Again, I'm all about all things movement, meditation, Pilates, posture. And yeah, I love our community.
Awesome. Thank you. Kat.
Yeah, so I am actually Dr. Kat Andrews, and so I do health coaching as well for professionals who are dealing with burnout, which kind of ties into the podcast as well. But my podcast is, you can find it over at eHack Her Health. It is on Spotify, it's on Apple. You can kind of, whatever, same thing, whatever your favorite streaming platform is. So it's on there. And then also, in terms of, funny enough, I started a TikTok because of this, and that's been fun. But all of those in terms of social media is more at Dr. Kat Andrews. So, but you can definitely find it. And also updated blogs that go along with the podcast at the ehackerhealth.com website.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. And Chris, over to you.
Yeah, so hi everyone. So if you want to listen to my podcast, it's called Mental Arsenal. You can listen to it on Podopolo or on any major podcast distribution platform that you like to listen to. You can find me on social media at Chris Asebu. And you can also listen to the podcast on my website at chrisasebu.com/podcast. So feel free to reach out on social media and let's get a conversation going. And I also do coaching. Mindset and productivity is my area of expertise. So if you struggle in those areas, reach out.
Awesome. So again, I want to thank all three of you again so much for joining us on this live event today. This has been phenomenal, and the three of you, I wish you like the best success in the future of your podcast. You guys are crushing it. Dr. Kat, we definitely need to get some coffee together sometime for sure, since we're on the same island. But you guys are all rock stars. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I look forward to it. Thank you so much.
Also, before you go, we just want to give a massive shout out to Lisa again. Lisa and I have, Lisa actually launched a course for podcasters. So if you're a little bit anxious or you don't feel well, actually, I'm going to give the floor to Lisa to talk about her course instead of me trying to explain what it is.
Thanks. So it's helped you in some breathing exercises and calming ways. So again, being a teacher of Pilates for 23 years, there are some Pilates classes. So it's an online course where you can, once you get access, there are Pilates classes, there are some breathing exercises, some meditation downloads, just things to get you into that movement and meditation. And we have there's a special price for Chris's community. So you use the code PodLaunch for like $100 off. And once you're on my email list, I'm all about checking in via email and keeping you in the loop. And I often can't resist at sharing out. I have an app where I have other Pilates classes going on, so I'll often just send updates that way as well, just to give you some extra band classes or small weighted ball classes, or even desk exercises. Like sometimes you just want to take 5 to 7 minutes just to get the body moving in between calls. If it's a call that you're coming up to that you're feeling a bit of nerves kicking in, just being able to do a few simple breathing exercises, posture exercises, can really set you up for success. So I'm happy to offer that to our community, because you and the whole community have given back so much to me and in Balance Pilates and everything. So thanks again. It's been so awesome to be here.
It's fine. This community is about bringing light to everybody's projects, and it's not just about launching podcasts, it's supporting as much as possible. And we want to get around every single member inside the community. Hence the reason why we go live every Wednesday and Thursday with a new member, talking about their projects, what's happening in their life, so we can give everybody a voice in this community. And I've loved starting that initiative, and we're getting some really great feedback from it. So thanks, Lisa, Chris, Kat, and Mike for joining me on this crazy 12-hour event. We're coming up to our last speaker, and we're ending with a bang. It's going to be fantastic, and we're going to announce the winner of the giveaway as well, so that's exciting.
Nice. Thanks.
Have a good one.
All right. Aloha, everybody.
Bye.
Thank you.
Okay. So we are now welcoming in Maxwell Ivey Jr. from What's Your Excuse? So before we get started, I just want to say this is it. This is our final speaker. We've had some amazing people here, and we are, we're finishing up. And Maxwell, we are super excited to have you here. Chris and I are definitely excited because it's been a long day. But here we are, a little over 11 and a half hours in, coming up to our 12-hour live stream. So thank you so much for joining us. If you could introduce yourself and tell us what you're all about.
Sure. My name is Maxwell Ivey. I'm known around the world as the blind blogger. I'm a former carnival owner and amusement equipment broker. Nowadays, I'm a podcaster. I host What's Your Excuse? I'm an online accessibility expert, a public speaker, singer, songwriter, and very happy to be part of the podcast launch community and hopefully going to help the community with accessibility so that they can grow their audience and reach out to this huge community of people with disabilities that many of them either aren't familiar with or aren't familiar with exactly what they may be able to do to make it easier to connect with this huge potential audience.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And accessibility is super important, right? Because we want to provide, podcasting for everybody. And to do that, you have to make it accessible for anybody that might have a disability or something that might impede them from being able to, enjoy a podcast. So now what I find fascinating, Max, is that not only do you blog, but you podcast now as well. So, I mean, that's just phenomenal. So if you could you tell us about, why accessibility is important for a podcaster to grow their audience?
Well, first, accessibility, if we think about inclusion, maybe more than accessibility, as podcasters, we want to reach as many people as we possibly can or open ourselves up to as large an audience, which is, I know that there are conversations about, finding your niche and your avatar, but, one of the things that many podcasters have been doing for a long time now is releasing content in video, audio, and with transcripts or show notes. And that's basically an attempt to reach people who learn from different formats. And we can take, and
Right.
We can jump off from there and then look more like accessibility, like something that's become a thing now is thanks to Zoom and Google Meet and most of the major platforms now. There's a button that viewers can click that gives them automated real-time transcriptions of what people are saying. So during a live stream, people who are hearing impaired or completely deaf can appreciate the content you're creating, can learn from it, can share their own experiences, information with you. They can become part of the larger conversation. And by doing that, everybody learns, everybody is improved, everybody has an opportunity to be entertained, educated, inspired, and motivated. So that's just one example where, if you go from podcasters wanting to create their content in multiple formats to, accessibility being a part of that, it's going to become very natural. And I've noticed here lately, I'm seeing more and more events where part of the housekeeping is telling people where the button is so that if they need the transcription, they can find it. I'm noticing more people are concerned about the process of onboarding. It doesn't do us any good to have a show if we make it hard for people to find the show or listen to the show or start playing the show. So, you're seeing more people pay attention to the accessibility of their players, of the subscription process, of, sign up forms for events and for the payment part of events where a fee is being charged. So there are many parts of accessibility where it's just in the best interest of the podcast host because it results in better content, a larger audience, and for those people that are trying to monetize, it gives you a much better chance to make money doing what we're doing. I've kind of come upon a take on this whole accessibility thing that's it's kind of weird, but basically I'm trying to tell podcasters and other content creators, let's just all be selfish. Let's do what makes us the most money possible, what gets us the most traffic possible. And that's inclusion. There's 1.3 billion people in the world right now with some sort of a disability. Many of these people are highly loyal consumers of products, services, and content, or can be, if you make it easy, you make them feel welcome. Or as I like to say, we are highly loyal consumers who will advocate for brands that make us feel like they care about our business. So I'm trying to encourage podcasters to think about this from the point of view of them, of me, of being selfish, but in a way that makes good business sense. Because I've learned that I can shout all day about alt text tags and form creation and please don't use mouse clicks. But if I can show them a reason why this makes sense for them financially or makes their lives easier, then they're much more likely to do it. So accessibility is a big part of so many things now. And, just something, even as a guy who's been fighting with companies on accessibility for years now, there are some things I'm learning. Like, for example, as a visually impaired audience, it's almost expected that I describe what I look like, where I'm recording from. Quite often people, if there are multiple people with disabilities in an audience, speakers will share what their disability is before they begin their talk or their presentation.
Right.
I haven't done that today because I'm kind of short on time. I know you've been doing this all day. We've only got, about 25, 30 minutes and then it's done. But, those are the kind of things that really helps an audience. And let's think about this for a minute. If you're recording in video and you're repurposing to audio, which quite a lot of us do, the people that listen to that audio have no idea what's on the screen. So if you put yourself in the point of view of somebody who's a visually impaired person, do that as the host. And, during those times where there's things happening on the screen, you explain that to your audience. You let them become more involved in the content. All you do is create a stronger bond between you and your audience. For example, I had a gentleman on my podcast last year. He represents Dano's Seasoning. I had no idea until he told me, and as a result told my audience, that when he does interviews, he does them in his Dano's gear because that's what he's comfortable with. That's how he spends most of his day. I had another guest who his tattoos are easily seen on screen when he's being interviewed. And those tattoos are part of his story. They're significant to his message. So he took the time to describe those to me, knowing that I'm blind and I can't see them. Well, most of the people who listen to your podcast are blind. They're not going to see what you recorded in the video that you repurposed. They're not going to know that when you were on screen with your guest, that these things happen. But if you take the time to think about it as if you are a visually impaired person, just like most of the people listening to your podcast have to be because they're not going to get access to your video, then you've painted the picture. You've brought them into the story. You've given them more information that makes them really feel like they are understanding what's going on. They can learn better. They can be inspired better.
Yeah, it kind of brings them in and makes them feel more included in the storytelling, right, of that podcast itself.
Yes. And I'm glad you used the word storytelling because I'm big on storytelling. I think most of the great podcasters are storytellers at some level. And, if you were going to, what would the Hobbit be without the great visuals? What would sports be on the radio without people like Vince Scully describing every aspect, including the uniforms and the attitudes on the faces of some of the people in the stands? So yeah, it is storytelling, and it's one of those things that we will do a much better job of it if we put ourselves in the place of somebody who cannot see what we're creating, which, like I say, the majority of people who consume our podcast are going to consume it in audio. And so basically think about it as if it's a radio broadcast and you are a sports broadcaster, or you're the woman at the red carpet, and your goal is to make people feel like they are there with you in the moment and that they are a part of the story just as much as you and your guest are.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. It's funny because like there's often times where I will describe something that happened on the video, right? Because we record the video, we put it up on YouTube, and I'll describe it to my listeners, and I'll say, hey, for those of you that are listening to the podcast, this is what just happened, and this is what this person just did, or describe if there's something specific that I'm showing off. I often too will show off my tattoos. If somebody brings up Star Wars, I show them the Star Wars tattoos that I have on my arm of the Death Star, Millennium Falcon, X-Wings, and they're like in like a battle above the Death Star. And on the back end, how I've got Darth Vader there. So I always get into that description to share that with my audience. So that's a great way to think about it, because your audience that's listening to your podcast, they're not seeing what's on your actual video. So that's a great way to purposely be inclusive and provide that accessibility to everyone that's listening.
Right. And it's also a great example of how thinking of things from the point of view of accessibility and inclusion will help us to create better content, better products and services for everybody, not just for people with disabilities.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And, and it makes people feel less alienated, right? Because you're doing it for everybody, right? You're not sitting here and saying, oh, I'm only doing it because of that, for whatever reason. You're doing it for everybody, right? And it's a lot less, for a lot of people, like a lot less forced, right?
Yeah.
Because you're doing it for everybody all at once.
Yeah, I can't tell you how many times I've been interviewed on a podcast and the host will go into describing something for me because they know that I can't see what it is that they're talking about on my end of the conversation. And then you hear from people who listen to that particular episode about how that stuck with them and how the fact that he did that explanation made it easier for them to follow the story.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's something that will, that somebody will commit to memory now because, not only are they listening to the show, but they're getting that vivid description that they could paint that picture in their head of what it is that host and guest were talking about. So,
right.
Yeah,
now,
absolutely.
Yeah. And now after you've created your content, whether it's video, audio, a transcript or show notes or all of the above, then we have to talk about people's websites and their social media because, with our websites, to me, the number one thing about accessibility is something a lot of people don't talk about, which is the more items there are on a page, the more difficult it is for somebody using adaptive technology to navigate. And so the more items there are on a screen, the longer it takes me to find the one or two items that I actually need to find. So I tell people when you're creating that first menu, does something absolutely need to be on this page, or can it be on a page that you click to after you get to the home page? Can you put more spaces between the items if possible? Can you use text where there's spaces between the letters? And part of this is for screen readers because it does take me longer to navigate a page when my computer is talking to me. But there are a lot of people who don't consume. And with screen magnification, the larger you make the screen, the less of the screen you can see. So The more items you have times the larger the person is blowing that image up to, the less of the screen they can see at one time, which means the longer it takes them to find what they're looking for. And then, of course, the size of the characters and the space between the characters, that's because when you expand the names of those links, if there isn't space between those letters will blur when they're expanded. So those are, a couple of things on the website. People, of course, people with autism and epilepsy, you want to avoid things that, a lot of the really shiny object, flashy, really cool stuff on websites can sometimes aggravate somebody on the autism spectrum or people with epilepsy. So, being concerned about things like that, offering people the ability to change the size or colors of the characters on the screen. And one of the things I find that's really helpful, not for me personally, because I have so little vision left, is the ability to flip the contrast from dark text on light background to light text on dark background. I can't tell you how much that helps people, especially with low vision, but who still have enough vision not to need a screen reader all the time or not to need one yet. So those are, and of course, the two big ones, in my opinion, are alt text tags, making sure images are described, but, not just describing them, not stuffing them with keywords, because we all know now that the alt text is indexed by the search engines. But basically try to put yourself in the point of view of the person who would be listening to this description from a screen reader and thinking, okay, what does this person need to know so that this image has the same impact on them that it has on somebody that sees it with their eyes? Because really, when we put an image in a blog post or at the beginning of a podcast episode, we didn't choose that image just because we just slapped an image up there. Most of the time, we at least tried to find an image that would make people want to listen to the podcast or make them want to click on the article, or want to keep reading the article because of those images. And so, you really want to try to make the description, the alt text, as compelling as the image. And some people do a really good job of that. Some people will do it on their websites, but not do it on their social media. Some people are really good at it on social media. My friend Chip Edwards from Create My Voice, he is a master at alt text tags on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. And half the time I'll share his post just because I appreciated how well he described the images that went with them. And that's another aspect of, when you make people with a disability feel welcome and included, we naturally want to share your stuff with our friends, family, and coworkers. So that's and the other really big one besides number of items and alt text is most people don't understand that in order to use a screen reader, the software has to map or remap certain keys. And one of the things that is pretty much constant is the inability to use a mouse. So I can sometimes simulate a mouse click, but it's not reliable. And quite often when I really need to simulate one, the buttons you usually use to do that just don't work at that particular time. And it's very aggravating when I get to the bottom of a long form and have to click just one button. And I can't because it's not giving me a keyboard option. It's only giving me the ability to click it. So you'd be surprised how many people I talk to, people who, work in the area of accessibility, are not really understanding how big a thing that can be, which is why one of the real cool things that Zoom does. I know we're not on Zoom, and I apologize to your host here, but offering a keyboard combination option for everything that you do with the mouse or other buttons on the computer or your smartphone device is one thing that Zoom has been doing better than most for a long time now. And it's but I still don't understand why more people in the accessibility area don't talk about the lack of being able to use a mouse, because it's a really important aspect when you're designing software apps or creating content that requires interaction from your user.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. You know, and you brought up some fantastic points too, that it's not only the accessibility piece, but when you were describing, like, you know, there's folks that have medical conditions too, medical disabilities such as epilepsy, or somebody that's on the autism spectrum, that certain colors and lights can cause somebody to get into an epileptic fit, or have a seizure, or somebody with autism, to cause them like great discomfort. Right. So what I've
Yeah.
seen a lot of social media creators doing too, if they have like a video that's going to post, before it goes into the video, I see like a lot of like trigger warnings, like, hey, flashing lights, or this video contains this, right? So it might
Yes.
not be suitable for all audiences. And they give that disclaimer at the beginning, which is fantastic. Where, you know, there's other creators out there that don't think about that, and somebody could just be scrolling through TikTok, and that algorithm picks something up, and it might, you know, somebody might get to a video that causes them distress, right? So
Right.
those are very important things. So I'm glad that you bring that you shed light to that, for content creators out there to really be mindful about this, about accessibility, and about inclusion, right? That these are all huge things.
Yeah, I try to be as up as I can on the other disabilities besides just vision loss. And you know, you're right. We can actually cause people physical distress. We can cause people harm. We can ruin people's days. You know, back to my personal focus, which is visual disability. One of the things that used to bother the heck out of me before the best practices people got a hold of everybody and said, stop doing it, is the number of websites that used to load with video or audio playing automatically. And I can't tell you how many times I had to close my browser and start over, or even shut down my computer occasionally, because the video or audio that started up right away was so loud that I could not hear my screen reader to turn the volume down or turn it off. So, you know, there's lots of things like that most people don't think about. But, you know, if they don't think about it, it's partly the fault and the responsibility of people like me for not properly educating them in the first place. I mean, we all have opportunities throughout our day to have conversations with other people and to make ourselves open to having these conversations. I'm known for saying that I would much rather answer an awkward question than to make people guess. So if you have any question at all, please just ask me. But I'm kind of unusual in that area. There are still some people with disabilities that will get upset if you try to ask them questions where you want to learn from their situation and try to be a better person, for lack of a better phrase. So I believe that this is just as much my responsibility. I have to do a better job of educating people. I mean, if I don't like websites that are still using CAPTCHAs without an audio option, then I have to say something. I have to explain why that's a problem. You know, if I still have issues with websites that have 40-something links on their homepage, then I have to explain that to people. And it's really all about communication. And I think this is where I bring something unusual to the whole accessibility conversation, because for far too long, it's been about compliance, the threat of legal action, and shame. Whereas my approach and my belief is that we can get a lot more done by with, as I like to say, a handshake, a smile, and asking nicely. So I am doing my best to connect with as many people as possible, to offer to review websites and apps, to make myself available as an accessibility expert for people who want to hire me, as a champion or evangelist when I get the opportunity on events like this to share what I do know about accessibility and inclusion. And this is a great opportunity. And I will say this much: your questions show me that you have actually given this some thought and actually taken action either for your personal brand or for the company's brand, because I rarely have conversations where the other person seems to be this in command of the subject matter.
Oh, thank you so much for that, Maxwell. I definitely appreciate that. And just so you know, too, we have your podcast listed up here on the screen for people to check out, the What's Your Excuse show. We also have your email address at the bottom here, because from what I understand, from what Chris told me, you love emails, especially if anybody has a question about accessibility. So we've got that.
Yeah, I
listed
love
here for
emails,
you.
and of course, with Chris knows this, but I want to warn the general public. Okay, if you write Max an email, Max will reply. Okay, and he may reply with more text than you really planned on reading. I don't know if our wonderful friend Alex Sanfilippo is listening, or if he's out here today, but he's a mentor of mine, and for ages he's been like, Max, you really need to write shorter emails, because if you write shorter messages and stay more on focus of only addressing 1 or 2 topics instead of 10 or 12 topics, you'll get so much more done. You'll be so much more efficient. You will make so much more money. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm 57 years old. It's hard to change a habit like that at this point in my life. So if you do write to me, I will answer you, and I may answer you with more than you intended on learning. I just want to put that out there.
For a novel.
Yeah. I wouldn't disagree with that. No.
Max, thank you so much for that. We do have a comment from one of our viewers here that says, most people will accommodate when asked nicely. I love your spirit. So thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Well, I appreciate that. And it's great to have my approach to things confirmed by others, that this is the way that we, when people get those emails saying, well, you could be doing things that will get you sued, and this could cost you thousands of dollars, that may make some people make changes. But what it does for most people is, most people either ignore those emails as spam, thinking, nah, this will never happen to me, or they get so unnerved by it, they just decide to stop doing whatever it was they were doing, So I find that scaring people, especially small business people and people that are just getting started, scaring them doesn't serve anybody's purposes. At least I don't think it does. And, luckily for me, this is kind of like part of my niche, because there are a lot of people who are experts in accessibility and inclusion. There are quite a few of them that are more knowledgeable about it than I am, but they don't bring my friendly, collaborative approach to things. And they also don't bring my approach where accessibility equals the opportunity to reach a loyal audience. So tying accessibility to marketing, to reaching new audiences is important. But another thing I think we really need to talk about more in the future with accessibility is workflow, because what I have learned is there are a lot of things that are aggravating when you're using adaptive technology, but not all of those things are accessibility. Quite often, it's just a matter of a workflow issue. And to me, workflow starts with both sides understanding how you use a particular product or service. So it really starts with me communicating to the other person how I navigate the internet or an app using my computer or my smartphone or my tablet. And just a few really quick things. I have very limited ways of navigating a website using my screen reader. I can use the tab key, which goes from top left across the screen down to bottom right. And then shift tab goes the other direction. I use headings, which go from the first heading on the top left down the page with each heading. And then, of course, I can go in reverse with headings. I can do a search for a particular keyword or a particular link text. And I can use my arrow keys and go character, sentence, word, block of text, and navigate that way. So, for me, since I have a lot less limited way of getting to the information It's not just, like scanning the screen with your eyes like most people would do it. So, like I say, I think we really have to do a better job of communicating how people would adapt to technology, navigate the internet, so that you can talk about workflow in addition to talking about things that are strictly accessibility issues.
Absolutely. Well, Maxwell, we are out of time, but you hit on so much fantastic information. I again, this is the message that needs to be put out there. For this particular community in general as well, right? For podcasters, it's important for us to know our audience and know who's listening, and the fact that you brought up that everyone that's listening to your podcast at that very moment is visually impaired because they are not seeing your video. So I definitely appreciate everything, the perspective that you gave us. This has been fantastic.
Yeah, thank you, Max.
Well, thank you. I'm glad that y'all are enjoying what I've shared with you today, and so it's been a real joy to be part of the event. And I'm sure that people learn from everyone that has presented today. I mean, I'm sure it's been an amazing event, and thanks so much for you, Chris, and for the people at AppSumo who sponsored, and for everybody else that presented today.
Yeah, and we're going to finish with an even better surprise. This is there's been surprises throughout, but I know we spoke about potentially doing a song at the end, and I know you're a singer and songwriter, and I'd love to hear the exclusive verse that you wrote for this event.
Yeah. All righty. I never wanted to have a podcast. Was real happy being just a guest. People said I'd be good at it. Thought maybe if I had a sidekick. Enter Fred by that crazy Canuck. He said, I'll produce and you just talk. We got started, he was true to his word. And now the blind blogger's known around the world. If I can do it, what's your excuse? What's holding you back or what's stopping you? Go on and do it, or what's there to lose? If I can do it, what's your excuse?
Boom.
That was fantastic.
That was fantastic.
That was awesome.
We need to hear that again. Yes. Thanks, man.
Well, thank you. I'm glad y'all liked it.
The lyrics were perfect. You worked your blog in there. You worked your podcast in there. It was perfect. That is marketing expertise right there.
Well, and what's funny is that when I sit down to write, I'm not really trying to create anything special. I'm just having fun with the words and the melodies. And in fact, just like when I started my podcast, when I started trying to write my first song, basically people said, Max, you should try doing this. And, now I've written 2 songs and I've got a couple more songs in the works. And now I have friends who are giving me a hard time because they want to know when the album's coming out because they want to go to the premiere party. And I'm like, I'm not that kind of a singer because, I sing a cappella, but, people, they're like, Max, what you do is classic song storytelling. And so I'm really happy. The other thing I've learned is that a lot of the things I talk about, like asking for help, finding solutions, being determined to find the positive in life. People say those messages are great, but for some reason, when you sing about them, Max, it makes it even more clear.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I love the podcast.
Hey, again, Max, thank you so much. This was phenomenal. We are wrapping up our 12-hour stream. So what a fantastic guest to have for our final interview here. Again, Max, thank you so much for joining us.
Well, thank you all so much for having me.
Thank you for the song.
Have a great evening.
Yeah, thank you.
You too. All right. Aloha.
Aloha. Oh.
All right. So that was fantastic having
Freaking
Max
awesome.
on. Chris, you know how to book the right people for an event like this. This has been absolutely phenomenal. Over 12 hours now, this stream has been live. I am so happy to have been, a part, a host for the last 4 hours of it. It's just been a phenomenal event. So I want to thank you so much for putting this together. We have some really important things to do now.
Yeah.
Now that we've finished up and wrapped up this amazing event, I know that you've got some things you want to do here. I'm starting to lose my voice, but you're going to announce the winner of our giveaway and the credit vouchers with AppSumo and all of that great stuff. So, Chris, I'm going to turn this back over to you to take over as the host.
Yeah, of course. So we're all about transparency, and we just want to share the numbers. So yeah, we ran a giveaway. So thanks to AppSumo running this or giving us a challenge to do something for podcasters. We put on this event with 2 weeks notice, and because of the connections we've built over the last 2 years, and Mike has started the podcast way before that. Over the last 2 years, I've been working on building my network, and I've always said that I'd follow up with my guests to help them wherever they needed help, or invite them back to opportunities to speak and share their expertise. And this was a perfect opportunity to invite them back to talk about how they can support you as a podcaster starting your journey. And we've had some phenomenal guests on, and I want to give a shout out to everybody who joined from start to finish, who engaged in the comment section, who enrolled and registered at the event, who entered the giveaway. Looking at SendFox and the registration, we had 144 people register and 108 people actually entered in the giveaway. So this is phenomenal, and we are ready to award. So what does that person win? Let's just get a recap on this. Winner hasn't been picked, but is going to be picked soon. Let me just go to the dashboard and see what it is the winner has won. 7 podcast spots on 7 top podcasts. So we're going to book you on 7 of our favorite podcasts that are top performers. You're going to get an exclusive 20% off our Podcast Accelerator program. So officially welcome into the Podcast Accelerator program. We're going to help you build a custom-built website for your podcast or personal brand, or redesign your current website. That's an option as well. 3 warm intros to 3 industry-leading brands. So we've had at least 11 industry-leading brands on the event today. We're just going to introduce you to 3 to see if there's room for collaboration there. If not, it's great to have them in your network. And these are 3 people 3 experts that could be your mentors in the future, which is a huge opportunity. You're also going to win $100 of AppSumo credits, lifetime access to Cast Magic, exclusive 30-day free trial at Syllabi from Austin Armstrong. Thank you, Austin. And 10% off for life with Edit Pods, thanks to Mike.
So actually, Chris,
Tell me.
I want to update that because we're giving 10% off for life for anybody that's in the accelerator, or anyone that does anything through the agency. So I want to make for the winner 20% off for life for all of our services with EditPods.
Okay, let's do that. So you're going to get 20% off, which is an even better steal than the 10% is crazy, but the 20% off, that's a no-brainer. So tell me a little bit about EditPods before I press ready to award and announce the winner. What's
so I
included?
talked with Phil a little bit about this earlier, about for me with my podcast, it was a need that I had. I just didn't want to be the person doing everything anymore. I was getting kind of burnt out doing all the editing and taking out all the uhs and the ums and all that. And I know there's some great software out here now that does that for you. I use a lot of that myself. But when it comes to the actual putting everything together, the short form content, the the transcription of the entire episode, the full audio, full video, all of the work that goes into that. I just didn't want to do that anymore. So I put together a team to do that for me. And now all I do is record my content, give it to them, and I don't worry about it anymore. They upload everything for me. They post it to my podcast platform host. And I don't do anything, which is fantastic. So that's one of the things that I love about it. And I wanted to be able to offer that to other podcasters at a very affordable price. So I take a very low profit off of Edit Pods. And now with 20% off, it's even less, but that's okay, because the whole point of this was to give more podcasters options to have their podcasts edited and get a more professional feel to their show without having to break their banks. So that's what we're all about. And pretty soon we're going to offer the full gamut, where we will also post everything to your social media for you as well. And you don't have to do anything. You will literally record your content, upload it to us, and you don't worry about it anymore. You take care of the rest from there. So essentially that's what we do right now for the podcast, but pretty soon we'll be offering that for social media as well.
Awesome. Thanks for recapping that. So that's huge, everybody. And it's going to be fantastic for the person who wins. So let's get back. We are ready to a reward, and we're going to do it live with you. So
drum roll,
please. Okay. So Rachel Miller, this is a random winner. Rachel Miller at pocketbridges.com. I will reach out to you with an email. Congratulations. I did see a couple of people with over 100 reviews, 100 entries. So to win with 84, that is amazing, and I'm glad it's randomized. So Rachel, I'm going to screenshot this because you have won the grand prize, which is amazing. And we're going to withdraw. We're going to redraw again because this lucky person has won $100 AppSumo credits. So Jeremy, oh, that's great! I'm so glad that Jeremy's won $100 of AppSumo credits. So you can go and get Tidy Cow, SendFox, King Sumo, whatever you want. So that's awesome. Second place goes to Jeremy. Third place goes to UK Savage, whoever that might be, but you'll be getting $100 of AppSumo.
Is that your alternate email, Chris?
Yeah, that could be. Yeah, that's great. So let's do that. UK Savage just won third place. Who won fourth place? Oh, amazing! Taylor from Taylor Banks. He's a cybersecurity expert. We actually chatted with him only last week about podcasting and helping him there. So congratulations again, Tyler, for coming fourth and winning $100 of AppSumo credits. And then fifth place, and the last winner. Oh, great, Matt Black. So Matt actually asked a question on the questions form. So big shout out to Matt for making the most of all the resources we had available, getting his questions answered, and also winning $100 of AppSumo credits. So I think it's fantastic. So I will reach out to all those winners. The major winner was Rachel, I think. Was it Rachel? But anyway, Rachel Miller, and then the other four winners. Everybody's going to be contacted probably later today. You know, the sun is rising in the UK, believe it or not. I've gone all the way through the night, and it's been a fabulous event. And I've got to give thank you again to all the guests, but especially to the man himself, Mike Cavaggioni from Edit Pods, for hosting the third part of the event, and then to Phil for delivering a lot of value in the second part and bringing on some phenomenal guests.
You know, Chris, the funny thing is, too, I think I'm starting to remember Phil saying that he wasn't going to be able to make it here to the end. And I totally harassed him and said, Phil, come back. We're closing out. And I'm like sending him messages, and I called him, and he's probably going to be very upset with me tomorrow. So.
He's moving house. So I think he's moving house.
I know. I totally forgot. And I thought about it afterwards. I was like, Phil said he's not going to be able to be here for the closeout, didn't he? I was like, oh, no. So, yeah. Chris, I got to say, man, I appreciate you thanking me and Phil. But I have to say that this whole thing, man, you put this together, in less than 2 weeks. AppSumo came in and said, hey, they want to do this Appathon day, and originally we were talking about a 24-hour stream, and we were all talking sense into each other, saying, hey, that's a bit much. But I'm telling you, even right now, man, 12 hours, this was a lot. And I've been on it since this morning, just watching the stream. So when I took over, I was ready and amped up and fired up. And now I'm like, I'm ready to call it a day. And it's only 6 o'clock here for me, 6 p.m. So I'm going to go have dinner. But Chris, you did a phenomenal job putting this together. Phil and I wouldn't have been able to do what we did today if it wasn't for all the efforts you put into it. Having the guests come on, they were all phenomenal. So I also want to thank every single speaker that came on today. You guys all provided so much value, especially to your students that came on and shared their experience since doing the accelerator. I think that provided more value than anything else, because it proves that with the right team behind you, you can go out there and conquer your podcast dream. So Chris, this has been phenomenal. Thank you so much. And thank you for giving me the platform and the chance to help you with this and be a part of this community.
No, that's we have to go back, and there's a lot of experts that mentioned this throughout the event. Teamwork makes the dream work. That's all it is. We cannot achieve our goals alone, and I am thankful that I've built a really strong network of people that I trust, love, appreciate, and that goes to Max, it goes to Mike, Phil, everybody who participated in the event, and even those that didn't participate. So I want to give a shout out to Alex Sanfilippo from Pod Pros. Unfortunately, he couldn't make the live, but we're going to do a separate recorded session. We've actually got a pre-recorded session with Adil Amazi, who is one of the world's best copywriters, and he's answered some of your questions already. So yeah, there's a couple of pre-recorded sessions that are coming. Deirdre and I are going to do a demo of Capture as well, so you get that, and it's all going to be bundled up and accessible for you very soon. So I think
all right,
that means that we're actually going to end this live stream.
What?
So thank you again for listening at the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, all the hours, and seeing it through to the end. We had, I think, 14 people live watching from the start, and we've got 8 people. So, and it's fluctuated, but we've remained to have people live.
I went to
all
the
time.
Facebook group, and when it shows you like everyone that's peered in throughout the day, it's a lot.
It's a lot. We've had a lot of.
So Chris, you need to either go get some coffee and start your day, or get your second wind for today, or you need to go to sleep. One of the two needs to happen, though.
Yeah, well, I was sneezing in the background. I've got a hospital appointment today to see about my allergies, so I will definitely get to sleep for a couple of hours. But thanks again for all your grace, and I'm really excited to do a debrief of this event. But for now, everybody, thanks again for participating from myself and for myself, Phil and Mike. Speak to you